Sam's telling me now. I'm live, Sam. All right, trying to post the link. Try it again. All right. Evidently, Sam didn't see that I went back live. If somebody that has his number can text him, we'll see if he wants to come back up. What's up, OTR? What's up, Jay Silly? What's up, Ronnie? Oh, we got some new people in here. We'll give it a minute for everybody to see. That's the thing is, like most of the time, YouTube doesn't send out my notifications. Like a third of the people get them. Somewhere around there, I think, but I'm shadow banned anyway. Like sometimes I can post a short and it'll get 2,000, and then the next one will get like 50. So. I think Tommy Boy dated every female in America and had to move to the whole different continent. Yeah, yeah. That's where the mail order brides come in. What's up, Canadian royalty? Haven't seen you around in a while. I mean, I haven't been around much either, but you know. Yeah, I was gonna. Does anybody know anything about Toe? I haven't heard anything about Toe in a while. Like, is he all right? Anybody know? I'll throw out the link again. Anybody can click this link, by the way, but hopefully Sam will come back up. It took me a little while extra because I'll be real honest with you guys. I wouldn't pop some more pills. So hopefully I can stay conscious long enough to run the stream. Toe is disgruntled. There we are. Hopefully it'll hold this time.
Welcome back, Bill. Glad you're back on pulling the strings. I had the host privileges there for a while, so I'm glad you could make it back up.
Well, I'm glad you were there because the guy that runs that channel is a fucking asshole, man.
Well, your numbers picked up as soon as I took over, so I'm glad I could help.
Nice.
Yeah, I everything okay on your end? Was it an internet thing?
Yeah, it's an internet thing.
Let me see.
There. I was telling you that you were roboting when it was a problem on my end the whole time.
Yeah, it's okay. That's
someone
really somewhere is recording it, so we can go back and listen to it.
Oh yeah, absolutely.
Congratulations, though, you made it into a teaser clip of Tommy Boy's new mini series that's coming up and into the winter. Your voice was in there.
I'm famous.
You were very famous, and you were saying some very, very accurate words about Tommy Boy and how he talks. He doesn't know half. I would say that he doesn't know 9/10 of the things that he talks about. And, it's just a sad situation. It's a really sad situation that obsession of one man of another man really, I mean, it gets to somebody. And I was saying that I mean, he likes to listen to me. He likes to make videos off of my content. He has full permission to use my videos. and my streams anytime he so chooses. And I guess he can use everybody else's clips of me as well. I mean, he was even able to find in these clips where people said his name, right? You know, but congratulations on making a Tommy Boy video. I will wait to see if he ever comes out with, if he ever moves off of the Sam topic. Bill, you might be a target next, but I think you're too cool.
Well, that's okay.
You're too cool for Tommy Boy to take on. He likes to take on lesser targets, I would say. But no, I think I wanted to ask you about a lot of stuff going on, and since you haven't been streaming much, I do see you in chat once in a while. Thanks. You came into the Survivors Network stream, and you came into a couple of the channel streams I've had. So thanks. I wanted to say that we're likely going to cover in the near future some more stories of cases. I'm going to be covering, both male and female predators. Looking at the stories that are where society missed completely a pedophile in plain sight. And it's not really an admonishment, but it sort of is. It's sort of a judgment. I think that we all play a role in identifying strange behavior, inappropriate behavior. And as family, as friends, as, in your profession, from clerks at a Motel 6 to airline staff to Border Patrol to, banks. I mean, we even saw it with like Banks and Epstein. JP Morgan Chase was totally,
it's all over.
JP Morgan Chase was completely complicit, if not downright involved in the Epstein operation, at a very high level of that bank. There's no way that they had the type of transactions going on with the type of money that was going around. And, it's just interesting to me too, that whole story. So the Virgin Islands, which is a U.S. territory, filed a civil suit against JP Morgan. And oddly enough, within days, the president was in the Virgin Islands. Oddly enough, they fired the attorney general of the Virgin Islands that was involved with filing that civil complaint. And I would remind that just in the news recently, they've settled that complaint for about $75 million with some of the Epstein victims. So again, what we've seen in those cases are what we've seen reminiscent of a lot of different cases, which is the Ghislaine Maxwell trial. It was a very limited trial. I don't know if you read any of the transcripts, Bill, or watched any of the testimonies or anything, but there was a whole network.
Some of it, yeah.
A whole network, right? I mean, where are the other perpetrators? Why has there only been 1, 2 people, the most prominent people, charged? You cannot tell me that. You cannot tell me that whether politics aside at all, princes and business people and
honeypots have been a thing for a long time, and they take people in, they video them. They don't know they're being videoed with a underage kid, and sometimes they'll tell them, "Oh, she's 22," and then afterwards they'll be like, "Oh, by the way, she's 15, and we got it on video. So you're gonna vote how we want you to vote. You're gonna donate money to where we want you to donate to." That shit's real. It happens. And then even people not directly involved in that are too scared because they do take people out.
Yeah. For sure. Yeah. And I think that that, and you know, if you're involved with, if you're accepting a encounter from as a gift from Epstein, you can almost assure that it's uh, someone not of age and or someone for blackmail purposes. Um, and but the problem too is that where are they as far as the evidence? You know, the FBI raided uh, St. John's Island or St. James Island, Little St. James Island. There was allegedly there was cameras everywhere. There was shit being recorded everywhere all the time. There was something somewhere. And have we ever gotten accounting for what they found? And then, you know, he had a ranch in New Mexico, the Zorro Ranch. That was, and then obviously his prominent home in town, in New York City.
Is that the eugenics thing where he had at least women pregnant?
I think he was trying to in New Mexico. Yeah, but you know, that was in with Harvard. You know, he was a big contributor to Harvard, and he was he was involved in I'm not sure if it was eugenics or if it was like how to extend life, maybe something, or how to keep his DNA. I'm not sure. But you know, it's just sad to me that that story has moved on. And, you know, I mean, both people can be implicated in it. You know, the ambitious little United States attorney of the Southern District of Florida, Alex Acosta, was the one that didn't charge Epstein in 2007. Allowed him to plead guilty to lesser start charges, soliciting a minor for prostitution. And I didn't even think that one could solicit a minor for prostitution because minors can't consent to sexual activity. So even considering it being prostitution and labeling it with a minor to almost claim that the minor is a prostitute is offensive. That law that he pled guilty to was, in my opinion, a ridiculous law. But the one where he got a year work from home, basically, and he got to go to his anyway. We've never got down to that case, but anyway, these networks, that case was demonstrative of there were a lot of people that probably were involved in having sexual contact and sexually abusing children in those spaces that Epstein owned. And yet it was only Epstein and Maxwell that got convicted or charged. So, like, to me, that's
the people implicated are high level, like Prince Andrew. That they're high level people.
I know, but it's like, you know, how can this happen? I mean, we got 1,200 people that were charged for allegedly and quote unquote rioting and attacking the Capitol. And yet we have a network of predators and pedophiles at the highest level of government conducting it, basically, and no one is really doing it. Like, where is the FBI? They're worried about tracking down random people's faces that were captured walking peacefully through the Capitol. A very few people were actually violent.
Yeah, but those people the people at the Capitol aren't high level people. They don't have friends in the right places.
No, I know. So it draws in, it just the entire system comes into question, right? When you have selective enforcement of the law and, you know, you do one thing and you don't prosecute major crimes against big players, but you do prosecute relatively minor crimes against small players because they can't afford an attorney, you know? And I'm sorry, but like Bob Menendez, that don't resign. You know, New Jersey senator, the people of New Jersey voted for him and they should be stuck with him for as long as they won him. They voted for him. He was charged in 2017 with corruption. He was left with a hung jury. And people reelected him. And now people want to say, well, resign. Why would he? The people elected him knowing he was total fucking thief. One of the greasiest, grimiest politicians in all of Congress, Bob Menendez.
Got somebody. I've got somebody that's gonna come up. I don't know when she's coming up, but like she's winning, like like some federal court cases, and how we all wonder, like, how the fuck do these laws get passed where they can transition a kid against the parent's will and shit like that?
Yeah.
Well, she has the answer to that, and it goes down to the the bar association itself is corrupt, and they get to decide who gets to be a lawyer. Well, what background do all these politicians come from? Most of them have been lawyers. So, like right out the gate, and she does a wonderful job of explaining this. I can't do it justice, but
Yes.
if
I'm looking
they do
forward
find
to-
out how
to
you
her
feel,
or-
they do find out your political affiliations, and they will deny you a law license based on that. And then, like, how many times I watch a lot of court cases. This dude called Mandu, I've been watching him a lot lately, but like you see some of these lawyers and you're like, how in the fuck did this idiot get a law license? Well, it's not because they did good in law school, because they probably didn't. It's because they support the left wing agenda, and that's who's in charge of the bar association. And that's how they're stacking the deck right from the beginning. And I mean, this whole thing runs very deep. She's got hundreds of thousands of pages of evidence on this shit. And I can't wait till she can come up here and explain it better than me.
Is she or he going to come up pretty soon?
I don't know when. She asked me if I would break it on my channel, and I said absolutely. I mean, she said it's because she trusts me or whatever, but the shit's big, and it's going to be seen all over the place. Yeah, it's just wild, and I don't know. She's got more cases to file, and I don't know what else she's got to do exactly. But when she gets to a point where she can do it, she's going to come up and expose everything.
Cool. Yeah. So anyway, I that is cool, and I think I know who you're referencing, and she is very smart and does her homework. And if anyone comes up with receipts and information, she is meticulous. And
yeah,
I hope she's doing well, and I look forward to her listening to her further. But so these predator stories that I'm going to be covering, in which we miss, the first case that we looked at was Skip Revell. He was a teacher, coach, tutor, Bible study leader at with links to the Citadel in Charleston, South Carolina. And had molested like 40 and 50 boys. I'm going to look at, just some atypical cases in which, the next one I'm probably going to cover is Brittany Zamora, who was the very attractive teacher in Arizona that molested a child in a classroom and was a few years ago sentenced to 20 years in the Arizona corrections.
Yeah. I heard the phone calls between her and her husband and that kid's parents when her husband was trying to talk him out of it.
Yes. And I think the next one would potentially be, Jerry Sandusky, or another case in Texas, actually, that's just getting litigated of, I believe is Adam Isaacs. Adam Isaacs, he was a baseball coach, outside of in Eastern Texas, outside of Houston or Beaumont. And so anyway, we're going to keep that up. But anyway, I wanted to say, you'll look forward to doing some more videos and looking at how communities and families can do a better job at identifying behavior that would be typical of a pedophile and behavior from the victim that would be typical of someone being abused. So, what's up, OTR?
Not much, man. How you doing?
Good. How
Figure
have you
come up,
been?
say hi.
I'm doing well.
Yeah, I've been all
You
fucked
taking
up over
care?
here. Friggin' broken wrists, friggin' sick. All sorts of shit going on.
Oh shit.
Have you settled into your wherever you were moving to?
Yeah, I moved. I was settled in, months ago. I moved up here in April.
No, I know, but you were back and forth sometimes from your one state to another, right?
Yeah, I'm not
But-
with the company any longer. Well, you already knew that.
Yeah, no, I know. I'm trying to keep it without identifying.
So,
But are you doing more local stuff now?
right now I'm out of work because I broke my wrist.
Wow.
So it's a shitty situation. It's escalated, but yeah. So.
Dude, I
So-
told you, like, when you're gonna beat off and drive, you got to set that steering wheel up so you don't hit your wrist.
So, well, that's what lot lizards are for.
Yeah, Sam, it's when it comes to like identifying things or whatever. I look back like when I was a kid at some weird ass things that happened at the time. I didn't realize, like we all have that friend who has a younger mom who somehow is always just in a bath towel when you come over, or somehow is always in a, you know what I mean? Like at the time you think that shit's cool or whatever, but you look back and it's like, oh shit.
Well, and that's kind of one of the things that I wanted to talk to you about. Not, we don't necessarily have to do it, but how, we had this recently in the community, and I'm not going to get into the specifics of it, but, and it's unnecessary to, if a child is abused or molested or taken advantage of, and they happen to be a male and it's a female doing the abuse, I'm curious, Bill, on your thought process about, should society put in a lot of effort to convince the male victim that they were indeed abused if they feel as though they weren't? Should society put in effort to make that person or victim or whatever feel that they were a victim because they were a victim? Or what do you think? Because I know you're sort of, you give off the, I've sort of taken a harsh line on what I consider abuse, right? I don't think it's that much different if you change between a male and a female, adult female and a minor male. That's something that happened to me, and but you see even people in this community, right, that have picked on me a little bit and poked at me a little bit for bringing to light my own abuse, and additionally the concept that abuse can go in the direction of a female offender. So, but I think that it also takes a victim to believe that they are indeed a victim and they were abused, right? So what do you think?
Yeah, I mean, I understand. I like it. Both situations are wrong, but there's a huge difference between what happened to you because you were a young child, and what happened to me. I was 17. I don't feel like a victim. Yes, I mean what she did was wrong, and if you want to talk legally, you could say that I'm a victim. I've never felt like a victim, and I don't think that it damaged me. It's something that I've been thinking about.
How old was she?
She was at least 21 because she could buy alcohol. She might have been 22 or 23 though. I don't I'm not really sure. I don't remember. I know she was old enough to buy alcohol.
Was that your first sexual experience with an adult as a minor yourself?
No, no. That's kind of what I
You-
was getting at. Is had it been somebody, we got together. I, you could fucking call this a victim too, I guess. But the first sexual contact that I had with another human being, I was in like 8th grade, and this high school senior on the bus, which at the time I knew she was trashy, whatever. But now that I look back, she was probably a victim herself of some kind. But way I got my first blowjob and my very first sexual contact with another human being, she was a senior, I was in 8th grade, and like she sucked my dick on a dare in the back of the school bus. Um,
Wow.
But I mean, I look back, and at the time, I didn't know, but I look back now,
You
and like
were you were
she
what,
was very
12?
promiscuous
She
outside of
was
that. And
you were 12, she was 18, 17?
I was older than 12. I was in 8th grade, I believe. So
Okay,
I've
so
been
13.
more like 13 or 14. I didn't
Right.
graduate till I was
So
18.
uh well, I just, one of the things that when people talk about their own personal experiences and open up, I think that Jay Silly's giving me a hard time for saying and then JFK. It was great. Well, I first want to say that it was awesome to hear. Let me divert ADD, and I think that JFK is in the house, and I want to tell her that it was great to hear her the other day. Today on panel with Ed and Young Sav and Sherry. I don't know if she's been on. When has she been? Has she been on your panel before?
Oh yeah, yeah. It's been a while, but
JFK
she used
has
to come
been.
up.
Okay. I
Hmm.
literally had. I'm not sure if I've heard her on panel before, but is this a long time ago? It's not
Yeah,
been
it's been a
recently.
while.
Yeah.
Oh,
Well, that was a
probably
treat
8
to
or
get
9 months
to.
ago she was up here.
Uh,
Um, but to finish my point is, it didn't messing around with my student teacher didn't hurt me, but had I been in a different position, it very well could have. Um, I hooked up with her because I thought I was a big stud, being in high school dating college girls, and a girlfriend had just broken up with me, and she happened to be like 3 or 4 or 5 doors down from her, and this girl just broken up with me. I was very upset, and I was, walking with my head down, not looking at anybody, just leaving the building. And I hear, "Hey, Bill," and I didn't know that her dorm room was right there. And then I went in. She was consoling me and all this shit, and we hooked up a few times. But the thing is, though, I, I went I went from having a girlfriend, getting broken up with, and hooking up with a girl the same day. And when you're a teenager and your hormones are raging, like, you don't understand the difference between love and lust. You think you do, but you really don't. Um, and but right after our fling was done, like a high school kid could very easily have just fallen head over heels in love with her. And um, when it ended, it would have crushed that kid, and bad things could have happened. But I went straight back. My girlfriend and I got back together right after that, so I never had time to be alone and heartbroken. You know what I mean? Um, but it would have gone very differently had I not gone back to my other girlfriend, I'm sure.
right. So do you was there an age difference for the dorm one or no? The
The
one
dorm
before
one,
you
they
got.
they both lived in my actual girlfriend.
Yes. No, the other one, the one that you
Yeah,
had
I was.
the you had a hookup with, and I guess the one that when you broke up with your girlfriend you went to on the same day.
Yeah, that was the one I went to the same day. Was the student teacher.
Oh, okay. So that was the 17 and 21, 22-year-old?
Yeah. Yeah, I was dating a girl who she was 19, and we'd been off and on for like a year before that. Well, maybe not quite a year, but I mean, I was crushed. I was trying to not cry as I was leaving that dorm, and I was heartbroken. Well, I went immediately to another girl's arms and titties, so I didn't have time. I didn't have to go through. I mean, I was still heartbroken, and it still hurt, and I was really in love with that girl. But because I had somebody else there who was willing to let me climb on her and shit, you know what I mean? Like I didn't have to go through that lonely heartbreak stage. And then when her and I's thing got split up, I went straight back. I got back with my other girlfriend, so I never had time to be heartbroken and alone. Um, but had that happened, it probably would have hurt me, and I would feel very different about it.
Right. I think
And we stopped. I'm sorry.
no, go ahead. I don't want to cut you off.
We stopped messing around because of course it was supposed to be a secret, but fucking a 17-year-old boy that gets to fuck his hot student teacher, how much of a secret do you think that's gonna be? I told, I think, two people, my closest friends, and of course they weren't supposed to say anything, and what happened was it got back to the school, and the school split us up. The principal took me in one room, and the vice principal took her in a different room. So we didn't really have time to get our story straight. But they asked me about it, and I said, "Well, I just made all that up to look cool." And she told them that nothing ever happened. So our stories kind of lined up, but that they still transferred her to a different school, but she never got in any real trouble over it. And that's what that's why we stopped messing around.
Well, well, anyway, I just think that does going back to the uh the concept or the idea of abuse, that does it take the victim or the child, the minor, to consent to be recognized as an abused person in order for society to recognize and to support them as someone who was abused? Essentially, does society have any role in convincing someone, a child who now may be an adult, that they were abused? I guess.
Well, that's the thing.
So
I'm doing just
I have
fine,
come
not
forward,
feeling like a victim.
right, but you may very well have been one, I guess, even though you're saying that you weren't. Does that make it so?
From a legal standpoint, yes, absolutely. She was in the wrong. She broke the law, and it was morally wrong for her to do that. But what I'm saying is I've never felt like up until I wouldn't do it now, but up until very recently, I was still high fiving people over it, you know. Um, but now that I understand a little bit more, just because it didn't hurt me doesn't mean it wouldn't hurt the next guy. And I don't know if she ever dated any other of her students. Um, eh, and like had I not
Well,
already been sexually
do you
active,
think that
or had
applies?
I
Do you
not,
think that applies to all 17-year-olds, or do you think that was just your specific case?
no, no, on just my specific case,
Right.
I 100% see how it could totally crush, um, a kid that's never had a real girlfriend before. That's his first love, and when you're a teenager, you don't think you don't know the difference between what's love and what's lust. And you know what I mean? You think you do, but you really don't. Um, and to her, it was, I'm sure it was a casual thing. Um, but to a teenage boy that's never had a woman before, and even though I had already been sexually active with a few girls, had I not had the other girl to go straight back to, I would have been dealing with like two heartbreaks. You know what I mean? Um, so
Well,
I mean, it's 100% should be dealt with in that situation.
yeah.
Um,
Did somebody want? I let the
and
link out there, Bill. Is that okay if I let the link up? I don't know.
yeah,
Smirk the troll, who has been trolling me for a long time, wanted the link and then claimed that he won or she won. Could be a woman. Welcome to come up, Smirk, and smirk your way up to confront me. But Tech wanted it
what
too.
if it?
So
What if it's my old student teacher?
I would love to have a chit chat. That would be fascinating to me.
I would too,
Uh,
honestly.
that would be interesting. And Tech, hey Tech, how? I hope you're well, and Sammy and the OPE team. Keep on putting on your streams and the
Oh yeah.
labeling it. See, and that Jay Silly's comment is sort of where I'm going with it. He makes that point, which I think this is why it's so difficult to prosecute a female predator. Because of that, I'm not saying Jay Silly's sentiment at all. He's understanding where I'm at, and I think his point there is very well taken. Hey Tech, I'll let you have the floor. How are you, man?
I'm good. How are you doing?
Good, doing well. Doing well.
I only had one question for you. So hold on. I'm gonna have to drop down and come back up because my phone speaker's really fucked right now. So I'll be right back.
Alright.
I promise.
Sure. So the
No problem.
the Jay Silly comment, literally without all my uhs and ums, Bill has summed up my point, which is
That one.
yes. So, and no, it's just saying that it wasn't consensual. Saying that children can't, a teen boy can't consent, right? Not saying that they were an unwilling or willing participant, but saying that they cannot consent, right? That's the thing. And trying to convince a teenage boy to participate in a
So
prosecution or an investigation
here was
makes
why
it
I
very
came up,
difficult.
Sam.
Yeah,
I'm
go
sorry
ahead.
to interrupt you.
Sure.
I only come up for this one reason, but my speaker's working a lot better. So I was younger than a teenager, and I definitely know what happened, but it was also by somebody of I think they were like 2 years older than me. I don't know their exact age, but roughly that. And I remember it vividly, but I don't feel like I'm a victim because I was a child exploited by a child. But that's not me trying to project or portray. I don't feel like I'm a victim because of that case. Like it definitely happened, 100%. But I guess what are your thoughts on that one? And I'm gonna hold on. I'm on 6%. I'm gonna have to grab a charger.
Well, I've had extensive conversations, not just recently and with the things that I'm trying to do outside of this community specifically, but just for a long time, coming from the history that I've come from and the things that I've went through and the openness that I'm willing to talk about. I interact a lot of times with people that share their stories. I can tell you that some of the most difficult and traumatic experiences has been with minor children being sexually abused by other minor
I am
children.
not disagreeing with you one bit. I just until I came into the pred catching community, I didn't feel that was that relevant. And then I was like, oh my gosh, like I think this happened to me before. And not only that, like there was a female babysitter that it kind of happened, but then again, it's the same circumstance. I don't ever feel like it definitely happened, but I don't feel as that child I was exploited because it was another child. And maybe I'm wrong for feeling like that. I just
No, I think the whole thing was like, I'm not here. No one's here to dictate someone else's story. You know, I mean, if you don't feel that way, no one should be forcing you to feel some way that you don't.
No,
That
so,
potentially would
that-
re-victimize you. And
no,
that would be,
we're agreeing right now, Sam. That was the only reason why I came up. I just only had that one question because I don't feel like I'm a victim, but it definitely happened when I was a child with another minor.
right.
Yeah.
But I think the whole idea of sexual abuse is being entered into a exchange that, I mean, I don't know if that was your first sexual experience. I don't know how young you were, but
No,
any-
it absolutely was. You're completely correct on that one.
right. And so I think that a lot of trauma comes about by brothers and sisters, older cousins, in the same household.
So
There is a ton of abuse that happens.
for me,
And,
this
and,
was
and you're saying that was it only because it was another child that you didn't think it would
no,
think it
for
would-
me, Sam, it's because it was not a family member, and that's not justifying it or trying to make it acceptable, but it was like I considered these people my friends. They lived directly across the street from my grandma. We would have, stayovers, if that's whatever it's called for kids now. And what I might have been 7, I might have been 9. He was 2 years older than me, and he had a brother that was like 1 or 2 years younger than me. It doesn't make it justifiable or whatever. I didn't remember it that vividly until I came into the community, and I don't feel that it impacted me that much that I had to live with it. That's why I don't feel like I'm a victim from it. Like, it definitely happened 100%, but it didn't impact me for my whole life.
And
I'm
that's something else
I'm not here.
that
I'm
I
not here to tell. Hey, so I have 2 men here that were telling me that they don't feel like they were victims. I'm not here to tell you that you were. I mean, it's your story, it's your life. If you felt comfortable with
Oh no,
the
100%. I don't
exchanges-
feel comfortable with it after the fact, but at the time, I didn't know any better.
well, here's something else, Sam, is I have enough darkness in my mind. I don't need something else I don't want to feel like a victim about anything. I've got enough darkness in my head. I don't need that also.
So FTK's up here and he's been respectful. I would like to hear from him. What do you think, FTK, you weirdo?
What on exactly what?
total.
Oh,
total
why
weirdo.
did you even join?
Well, I actually joined to.
I
ask-
can't. Are you,
Are you speaking? Let me. Can I finish? Can I finish?
yes, weirdo. Go ahead.
All right. I joined to ask Tech if he had asked Telly if he had permission to come up here first.
I didn't even know. Sammy didn't even give me permission. She said, no, you don't have permission. So I'm in the doghouse right now.
Yeah, well, I'm not surprised about that. But I on the victim statement, something I think that we've been trying to, in a way, make sure everyone is heard about being a victim is, if you don't, I don't know how to say this exactly. If you're a victim, that's how someone may feel, right? But if they don't feel like a victim, then they're a survivor. Does that make sense?
No.
I don't even
Yes,
want to
yes
call
and no.
myself a survivor because
I don't feel like a victim or a survivor. And it might be a repressed memory, but I specifically remember what happened in that tent out in the backyard very vividly. And then the waterbed instances. But I was not even old enough to know what sex was. But that's neither here nor there. It's just I don't feel like that was the case, and that doesn't make me right or wrong in the matter.
Well, let me offer
Something that I've noticed-
ipso post facto apology to a genuine and sincere one to FTK for calling him a weirdo. Sorry, go ahead, Bill.
Oh,
but he
no,
is a
FTK
weirdo.
yeah, he is very weird. He always comes up and mentions some off-brand stuff.
Well,
like,
I'm going to apologize sincerely and genuinely on behalf of the entire panel. All right.
Can Bill finish?
Thank you.
Can he finish, please? Can he finish?
No, he's
Yes,
never
yes.
finished once in his
Something
life.
did you shut up? Thank you. Something that I've noticed, and I've talked to. Yes, I'm a big cocky asshole on here, but I really do give a shit, and I've talked to a hell of a lot of victims in this community and outside of it. But something else that happens, and the first part I noticed a long time ago was like when it's male on male, it really makes men question their sexuality, even though they didn't want to be a part of it. It's still like throughout their adulthood, a lot of the time, it still makes them like question their very sexuality. But now I'm finding out that even if a straight guy gets molested by a female, like it will actually burn him so bad from females that he's not really gay, but he can't trust a woman enough to stay with one. And everybody wants to fuck, so I mean, it just causes a whole nother layer of complications on top of it.
I feel like that's not misstated
Does
one
that make
bit.
sense?
Yeah, no, it
100%.
does. It does make sense. And in my particular case, I would say that, not thing, but I have had a difficult time in my romantic life with women. So, and I do attribute that to the abuse I experienced as a kid.
So for
And
me,
at the hands of a woman. And obviously some of you that know my story, I was a very, very young child. I was not in my teen years. I was younger, but it has impacted.
So for me, Sam, on that one, I would say that there was two instances, and there was the instance of the tent in the backyard, and then I had a babysitter, and she insisted on me feeling her boobs, and I was such a prude, innocent child. I didn't feel comfortable. Like I just cared about watching wrestling every Monday and Wednesday, and that was what I cared about. And I think I hear what Bill is saying, because in retrospect, perhaps maybe that would have been super sweet, but also I was being abused as a child by an older child. But I also don't feel like a victim from that as well.
Well, you made two different statements. So you said you didn't feel like a victim at the time, or you don't feel like a victim now.
Well, I just don't feel like somebody 2 years older than me that was also within, I guess, the realm of the law had the ability to abuse me, which doesn't make it true or untrue. That's not how I feel.
I now control this panel.
Oh goodness! Now Sam's in control. Wait,
Finish-
are we on?
finish-
Did you just take us to
Now we
restream?
can say- Oh no! Yeah, we're gonna head over to restream. Everybody join me over on my restream, except
Fuck
for
off.
But
FTK. He's not invited.
I don't know if I have a solid feeling one way or the other, and maybe I sit on the fence towards it. But I completely disagree with child predators, and I don't know if I was predated as a child. I just there's so many variable factors.
Well, so when people say to general statistics that there are more male sex offenders than are female sex offenders, that may be true in a justice sense. More male offenders are in the system because more victims
More females,
empowered-
more female
more-
victims
more
report
female or
male
male.
predators.
and female or male victims probably report their victim than a male victim reporting their female predator.
You're correct. Yes,
So
that's
my
what
question
statistics show.
my question still is out there that I do believe, yes, probably male predators and pedophiles are more of the majority, but it's not the 95-5 statistic that society has given us. I would probably say it's more a 60-40 or 70-30 situation. But I do think that there are, we've had on this people talking about, I've heard male abuse stories, and every single male abuse story that I've heard that I consider abuse was not prosecuted. It wasn't even charged. It wasn't even reported.
And
the alleged and the victim, what I would consider the victim in the case, the child in the case, didn't even report the crime. So, I mean, how true of an accuracy is it that
I hear what you're saying, Sam. So I'm not a parent. I don't have any kids. But we're gonna just portray this like a parent. So well, I don't even know if this is acceptable, like we'll just say, maybe more a friend of the teen. So you're this 13-year-old teenager's female friend, and she just went and had sex with an adult. That child is going to be a lot more prone to telling because that's really wrong. But that male figure that's that same age will go get high fives from his peers.
And it will make it nearly impossible for him to consider himself a victim, even if he wanted to be one.
Yes and no. I agree with you halfway on that one.
Right, because one of the biggest problems is when male victims come forward with stories about their abuse at the hands of a female adult predator is the repercussions that they have when it comes to reporting the abuse, right? The cultural repercussions, the high fives. He was supposed to be high fiving. He was supposed to be enjoying it. He was supposed to be, is he gay? Maybe if he didn't enjoy having sex with an adult female, is the boy gay? That's the implication that one
So
encounters.
I hear what you're saying, and I don't think that I have anything further to add. I just only came up to ask you a couple questions, and then I stayed a lot longer than I wanted to. But that was all I wanted to feed in for input, Sam.
I appreciate it. Thank you. Yes, and I think you add an important point to it, which is there's a lot
So
of
for
child
me,
on child sex
Sam,
abuse.
I just spoke on that because I read Damone's post the other day, and I kind of agree with what Damone posted. Because I just told you the story. So, like,
Well, thank you.
I was that child that was going through it with another child. Do I directly feel like I was a victim? No. Was I a victim? More than likely, a lot of people would classify that. But the age gap, I don't even think it could be prosecuted even if I wanted to. And the statute of limitations wouldn't even hold up. I'm 31 now, and that was when I was like 9 or younger.
Well, yeah, and I think thank you, number one, for sharing that with us. I think that shedding light on these types of things are better than holding them. And LARP and his alt can say that I'm a professional victim. It's not at all. I think that I've given a lot of space. I feel like telling my story so openly sometimes and talking about this so openly is part of
Well,
the reason why we're here.
there's
And-
very,
and-
very few people
and
that have ever heard this story, and it's never been public.
Thank you for sharing
But
it.
that doesn't.
And-
I'll go tell it again. It'll be the same story, but it's whatever. I feel how I feel, and that doesn't make me right how I feel.
Yeah. And I did someone in the community mentioned ask a question a while back, a little bit ago. And yes, that was Damone, and he asked a question in what I considered to be an odd and bizarre way.
But anyways,
And
Sam, it was good to
yeah.
talk to you. I'm going
Thanks,
to drop
Tech.
down
Good to
now.
see you. Hope you're well. Yep, good to see Sam.
No,
in the
hope you're
chat.
well too. Take care. Talk to you maybe again next time.
Sure. Absolutely. Good night.
Sam, did I
Yeah.
on that stream that I joined on your dumbass bootleg restream?
Mhm.
When you were talking about that, did I ask you if there is a possibility that it may be his story? Because I don't remember if I asked you that or if I had just thought it.
I think you did ask me that, and I think I ran right over you with it, basically, and didn't give it any thought.
Although I didn't know, I've never been told that or anything. I just thought like it was overall, like, yeah, in a way it was kind of weird to ask because we know the answer, right? But he was looking for some sort of validation. And yes, I agree. It's a weird ass question because again, we know the answer. But I thought maybe there's like a back reason for it. Maybe there's a real reason why this question was asked.
Well, and I hope that, I knew that maybe there potentially was a backstory to it. I still, thought the question, I mean, look, there's a open debate now, maybe there's an open discussion about it. I'm really happy that Damone was able to share his own story, even though he doesn't consider himself a victim, I guess, or being abused. That's his right to consider that. I have a different take, and I'm very happy that he had the, I guess, strength or courage or whatever it would be considered to share that. I think it's important. And, I wish him the best. And I don't think that my questioning his statement or his question or examining why he asked it, or it was strange and bizarre to me, specifically in this community, that we fight so hard for victims, that we fight so hard for people decoying as children. And we have some examples of real children that, in my opinion, were abused and were victims, but they themselves don't consider that to be abuse or being victims. And so at some point you ask, what the hell are we fighting for here? If it's hard to convince, if that's the term, or if it's hard to impact a child's view of their own abuse. And again, that's his story. And I think that it was pretty cool that he was able to share that. And, it added a lot of context to what he was questioning. Bill, did you happen to see that stream in which we went over some of that question? What do you think about that? Both the question, if you heard it. So Damone was on Ryan's panel. He asked out of the blue, sort of bizarre question that I spotlighted, and he's provided more information about why he had asked that question.
I didn't see the stream, and I've been fighting my connection. What was the question exactly?
Well, he had asked if a 15-year-old paid for sex with an adult female prostitute, the 15-year-old being a boy, minor, child, the female being an adult female prostitute, would that be considered abuse? Was that child a victim? He posed that question to Ryan. And Ryan gave a
because a 15-year-old cannot consent, even if they're signing the check. The 15-year-old cannot consent, no matter what.
Okay, so I'm that boy's father. I'm that boy's uncle. I'm that boy's teacher, mandatory reporter. I'm that boy's psychologist, mandatory reporter. I'm that boy's coach, mandatory reporter. That 15-year-old is high-fiving. Over the weekend, he had sex with a female prostitute. He paid for it. Monday, I, an adult, get wind of it. And the 15-year-old says, I'm not a victim. I'm not abused. I told you that in confidence. Don't you dare say a fucking thing. Adult situations.
Well,
adult world now, right?
Here's the thing, though. Here's the thing, though, and even I mean, even in my situation, that adult was wrong for not shutting the kid down. Regardless of whether the kid feels like a victim or not, that adult was still wrong. And as far as I mean, everybody's different. I mean, a kid, if a kid was to testify for it, could still testify and say, yes, this happened, we did this and this and this, and get the adult punished and still not feel like a victim. You know what I mean? I mean, everybody's going to be different, but
yeah, and I guess
I can't hear anything again.
No, we were just when you have FTK on your panel, there's these long silences that become awkward, and then they become even more awkward. Then he tends to blame you or your streaming choice. And no, it was just silence, Bill.
Well, I kind of blame you, honestly, because Bill has
everybody does
delay, and that we know that he has a delay, and then you choose not to speak even though he has the delay. And I don't see how it couldn't be your fault.
Well, we just need to bring up Jeff then, I guess. Bill, you had some things to address.
Upstairs.
What up, bitches? I hear we got an aqua stream going on tonight.
All right, well, I'm out. Have a
That
two of you have a great night.
You too, FTK. Good to see you, brother. Wow, that was awkward.
that was totally. He made an awkward situation in
Well,
silence
you know,
even more awkward.
What was that, Bill? You cut out.
I said, you really know how to clear a room.
Right. I mean, I don't necessarily have a preference for him, but I would have just freaking ignored him personally. Just like I do when fucking Jonathan stalks me and goes up on every panel I show up on.
So you and Jonathan interact with each
Yeah,
other
that's
regularly?
some.
No, I fucking ignore him, but he always comes on panels when I'm up. It's like he follows me around. It's really creepy.
Well, we can't use following around
That-
and weirdo creep. I've had to apologize once for saying that. But anyway, have you gotten to hear what we were talking about?
I just signed in like 5 minutes ago, and then I heard you were talking about how he was making the panel weird, and I'm like, I can make it even more weird then.
Oh yeah, we were just
Yeah, you're talking about Damone's whole thing.
yeah.
Well, I would
Damone,
I would prefer to stay on topic.
Sure. No, because
Damone shared a community post a few days ago. He posted an odd question to Ryan, or posed an odd question to Ryan, and a lot of people thought it was a strange question, given the.
Well, didn't he ask it because that's his situation? That was his personal story.
That's what he then came out a few
Yeah.
days later. He came out and said he was that person. He was the child. He was the.
No, it makes sense why he would ask a question like that. At least it makes sense to me. What doesn't make sense is the awkward response from Ryan was kind of weird. Like, why was that such a pondering question? You know?
Yeah, I mean, Ryan repeated Ryan said on which side. So
the adult side. It should have been a clear fucking answer. You know?
Right. There was no side to the abuse. Right. The victim, the minor, the child. There was no side of the abuse. The abuse was on the minor child, whether the minor child agreed with it being a victim or not. The adult prostitute was in no way a victim in the transaction. They had received money to molest a child. So I thought Ryan's response there of on what end or on which side was strange. And he didn't understand when I pointed it out to him. He just couldn't conceptually understand why I thought his response was weird.
It's like, you got an adult, you got a kid. It doesn't matter the sexes. It doesn't matter money. It doesn't matter anything. It's on the adult at the end of the day, you know?
Yeah. So,
right. And just because something like our situation, just because the victim doesn't feel like a victim, that doesn't mean that the perpetrators can't still be prosecuted.
Well, not at all, Bill. In my opinion, you need a willing and able. How are you going to have a successful investigation if the person, the minor, the victim, believes that they weren't one, and in that regard wouldn't participate in any meaningful way, would potentially lie?
The investigation is based on facts, not feelings. So, I mean, regardless of whether the kid wanted it to happen or not, if that kid is honest, the difference is they say, okay, did she have your penis in her mouth? And the difference of you saying, yeah, she did, or you saying, hell yeah, she did. It's both. You're giving the same facts,
right?
And that's what investigations are based on. They're not based on feelings.
No, but in your case, you said that you were willing to lie, and she was willing to lie about what happened, right?
I did lie.
Yeah. So, I mean, if you're not going to tell the truth, then at that point, right? And I'm assuming that many children, particularly boys, when it came to female abuse, have outright lied when more scrutiny has been examined on a relationship in which an investigator was involved, the police were involved, potentially. They have lied. They don't tell the truth.
And a lot of times, like with the schools do not want, even if they know it happened, schools do not want to be known as having a child predator amongst their ranks, like ever. And I think that my school did know that something happened. I think that they knew that I was full of shit. But they had to go on the facts at hand, and they really, after I said no, I just made that up just to look cool. Like it was over right then. They didn't try to get me to change my story. They didn't grill me on anything. Go right then because they didn't want it to be true. You know what I mean? But if you had there been a different set of adults there that were more willing to grill me, I probably would have cracked. You know what I mean?
And I'm not, and to Chamey's point, no, that's not what I'm saying at all. I'm saying that there is a crime. It just can't be prosecuted if the victim, the primary victim, the primary witness says it didn't happen or lied about it, right? No jury is going to have a victim, alleged victim, when you're trying to prosecute a criminal case such as this, in which the victim's story is tantamount to a successful prosecution, saying it did not happen. It didn't happen. You know, it's like, I want to blame this person for robbing me, but when I go to say, no, that person didn't rob me, I don't recognize that person. No, I didn't have thing. So, I mean, I guess LARP is totally banned from the channel. He's got to go to these alts. Sham, when is the last time?
Oh yeah, he was.
Or I guess in the colloquial terms, when's the last time you got topped? Let me guess, the Florida trip. I don't think, LARP, I feel kind of awkward having to tell you particularly about my sex life. So I'm going to keep that private. But I'm sure you're very interested.
Can you tell me about it? We'll just act like no one else is here.
Maybe you even worse than LARP, Mark, actually. I don't know.
Wow, really?
No. I mean, no, I think, I'm gonna.
It's all. I just gotta say, it's only gay if the balls touch. Otherwise, you don't feel bad about your experiences, man.
Yeah. I'm gonna say no comment. The Florida trip was a big. I mean, meow. Why do I even have to comment? We'll let the people in here comment. The Florida trip was a big orgy for Sam. I mean, can we get more specifics? Who did what, where, and how? And where was JT involved? And where was Ray?
Who was filming it? Where did we get the video footage?
Did you see that I did post some lost footage from the Florida trip?
Bill, in fact, was our entertainment director the whole time.
Yeah, they locked me in the trunk, but what they didn't know was that I had all the cocaine, so I was more than happy to stay in there.
You're having a party in the trunk by yourself?
Hell yeah.
I think that is not an important question, Xander, at all. I think it's a nonsensical question.
Yeah, y'all leave Sam alone. Go back to talking shit about me in chat.
Oh no, they're
there's already plenty of it.
I did enjoy hearing your stories about your days on Chatterbait versus OnlyFans.
Yeah.
And how it was mainly men. I would say mostly men that paid you to
older men
perform.
Yep.
And did they tip well?
Oh yeah, some of those old guys got money.
Uh-huh.
It didn't pay great, but it was during the time I was doing it. It basically paid the bills. That was my job. So.
Yeah, you were telling the difference between Chatterbait and OnlyFans, how OnlyFans, I don't know, I heard some of the stream in which you have to keep pushing out content for some of it and some of it you don't.
It's with OnlyFans, if you don't push out content, your subscribers are just going to save your shit and then cancel. so you have to keep putting out new content with OnlyFans. Whereas Chatterbait was more of a live streaming platform where people would come and talk to you. And
I just don't get it, man. Why guys pay $5 to see a woman's pussy when, like, you can get on the internet and find all kinds of free shit? You know, I don't get it.
I hear about your DMs popping off too with all the ladies sending you boobs. So I mean, I don't see a point of paying for it, but if someone wants to give me money, fine. I ain't saying no to it.
Well, it's not all the ladies, you know. I'll get the rest of them, but as of right now, it's not all of them.
And unfortunately, I bring bad news, Meow, that when you run for office, you're going to be met with what Susanna Gibson, the Democratic candidate for state rep in Virginia, is going through right now.
Oh, is she a porn star?
A Democratic Virginia legislative candidate whose race was rattled by the revelation that she and her husband live streamed themselves having sex moved forward with her campaign Tuesday and drew some early support in a high-stakes contest. She's taking on a Republican businessman. She has gaining support as an abortion rights candidate in a state that is increasingly rare abortion access in the South. On Monday, the Washington Post and the Associated Press reported that Gibson had live streamed videos on Chatterbait, a legal website. I like a legal website where viewers can watch live webcam performances featuring nudity and sexual activity. Gibson was mocked on Twitter for it. Some came to her defense, calling on voters to make this the biggest fundraising day of Gibson's campaign. Many women voters retweeted Lucas with a link to donate to Gibson's campaign. So who knows? Maybe we'll see if it's not a negative anymore to have perform sex work, video work, and maybe that actually gives her more steam into the final closing month of the campaign.
So this is not like it was a pre-existing scandal. This is something she did during her campaign.
It looks like no. I don't think she was doing it ongoing, but she has a previous. I mean, I guess that someone found her on there and they looked up her videos from past.
Gotcha.
I'm assuming. But she's staying strong in the polls. This is in Virginia.
I would vote for her.
Susanna Gibson, Virginia, State House, I guess. What happened to Smirk the Troll? I thought he was coming up. She was coming up.
I thought they said earlier that their phone wouldn't handle it, but I think that they just don't really want to come up here.
Oh, okay.
Is that because of me?
Come on, Smirk.
No. It has nothing to do with you. It has everything to do with me.
Oh, got it.
Meow, what are you drinking today? A Fireball or White Claw?
I'm actually drinking Angry Orchard and Fireball together. So, Angry Balls.
Yes, be kind, Northern Virginia.
Drop Chatterbait links? No way, no fucking how.
Can I see? Can I ask that? Were you still findable on there?
Oh yeah, Meow? Yeah, I am findable. On not on OnlyFans, but on Chatterbait, they're still there. Huh. It's not in my real name though, so you're gonna have a fun time.
Whoa, hold on a second. Somebody's saying that Bupak got shot. Is that true? NTF? Anybody know who NTF is?
No.
I like Bupak. I mean, I never talked to the guy, but I like his style. Like I don't know if you were listening earlier, but I'm still waiting on somebody to find the homemade porn that I uploaded in the early 2000s. I didn't actually. I never used my real name on the videos, but
I found this.
I'm pretty sure that when we signed up for it, we had to. I'm pretty sure when we signed up for it, we had to show that we had to send them copies of our driver's license or something.
Yeah, you do. Chatterbait makes you take a picture of yourself, like holding up your ID. It's like a selfie with you holding your ID is what they require.
Yeah.
The Susanna Gibson stuff, though, that Sam was talking about, that was easily foundable. I just found that myself. She ain't that bad looking, honestly.
No, she's not. Anyway, we'll see. I don't think it's going to be a negative impact on her campaign. I have a prediction that she's going to win.
Where's she located?
Northern Virginia. I think it's a Republican-held district or seat. It's a state house camp. It's a state. I believe Virginia calls it the House of Delegates, and it's a state delegate seat that she's running for.
Well, see, I don't know if that's actually in the Bible Belt, but like around here, man, like even though they're all hypocrites, like Jeff, like you wouldn't stand a chance. You would have people with pitchforks and torches out in your front yard, and probably more than half of them look at porn on the regular. They're just trying to look good in front of everybody else.
Sure.
There's this thing that's going around now in some of the Bible belting states, which is ID for watching porn. And I'm not, super religious, but at the same time, I also think there's a lot of stuff on the internet that, I don't think kids should be exposed to, but there are these laws that are requiring your ID to be 18 or older to access porn sites. You have to actually upload your ID.
Fuck that. That's going to be hard to enforce.
Yeah,
they'll find. They'll just steal. They steal their parents' credit cards. They'll just steal their dad's driver's license too.
Yeah, so Louisiana kind of.
I haven't been on a porn site in a long time, but as far as I know, still all you got to do, like a box will come up and it'll say, "Are you 18? Yes or no?"
No, it doesn't. No, they don't do. Those are ones that now it's like you have to upload an image of your ID.
Nah.
Oh, okay.
Nah, I can still go on Pornhub and I don't got to give them shit.
Yeah.
I haven't looked at, like, if somebody sends me something that's pornographic, I'll look at it because it's usually something extremely disgusting or very funny. But as far as when I was younger, I looked at it not every day, but quite a bit. And
your microphone was crackling. Sounded
how about
like
now?
Bobby Joe for a minute. Yeah, now it's better.
Mr.
I was saying that
complaining about your mic.
If somebody sends me something that's pornographic, I will look at it. Because it's something usually really disgusting or really funny. And when I was younger, I wouldn't look at it every day, but I did watch it, 3 times a week or whatever. But like the older I got and the more I learned about how it really works, about how an awful lot of them, even though they don't look like they're being victimized, they are. And there was a story, there was just now, I forget the names, damn it, but just recently a federal case went through. These guys went to federal prison. And this girl was the one that brought it all up, and she found some other victims. What they did to her, and I guess it's common practice, is they said, "Hey, meet us at this hotel for a modeling gig," and then like they'll have these like bouncers around her all the time, and they won't like threaten her to fuck, kind of, you know what I mean? It's
what?
Keep them hostage for a few days and wear them down, and the defense attorney is like, "Well, look at her in this 3 days into it, and she's smiling." And she smiled. And the response was, they told her to smile. And at some point, you're desperate to get away. You'll do whatever they want because they keep telling ego at the end of the day, a real ego at the end of the day, but they just keep keeping you. And I guess that's a pretty common way of doing it.
I can't be kind mute Bill on his own stream. Bill, there's something going on with your mic.
It's just my connection. Not a whole lot I can do.
If you just have a slightly higher pitched voice and start screaming, I would confuse you with Bobby Joe, personally.
LARP, it's only for 30 minutes. 30 seconds. 300 seconds. Come on back.
Oh, did you ban him?
I put LARP's alt in timeout for 300 seconds.
Nice.
And it does feel kind of good. I don't know. That's something with. I do think LARP can be funny. I think he's funny. There's something like down deep, some kind of anger with him that. I mean, he mocks this for being the internet all the time. He's always here, and he's like more angry than one would be in real life dealing with people on the internet. And I'm not. Nope, not mad. It's 300 seconds. I get jerked around all the time in other people's chats, and I hardly ever ban people or put people in timeout. He's in here under an alt, and that alt is called Sham Ate the Whole Sausage. Okay.
Oh, that's him?
Yeah, that was LARP. And you missed it, Con Man. Pat Conman, I explained the whole thing. That's completely resolved, and that's it. No more questions.
Oh, damn, you're taking over the stream now. We got rid of Bill.
Are there any questions? I don't know. Meow, I'm a fan of The Office. I know it's kind of like taboo to be that, but there was a thing where Michael Scott was asked by a reporter to comment on something, and he was giving his statement. He says, "No, there will be no questions. Are there any questions?"
So someone made a statement that Meow only dates alcoholics. I just want to say that's not true, actually. I went on a nice date with a Christian lady, an older Christian lady the other night, who doesn't drink or smoke. And that was one hell of an awkward date, but it was a fun time.
How old was she?
50s something. I don't know exactly. In her 50s.
Right. Yeah. It was. What'd you guys do? Like, where'd you guys go?
We went out for dinner and drinks, and by drinks it was just me drinking. So I got pretty fucked up.
Where did you meet her on an app?
FetLife.
What is that?
It's basically like Facebook for BDSM. So,
is that where you? Is that?
It's like a social media network, just like Facebook, except imagine Facebook, but all people share is their nude photos.
Yeah.
Pretty much it.
Is that where you meet most of the people you go?
FetLife, or Tinder, or Bumble. Those are the main three.
I had a.
They all got their pros and cons, because FetLife is good to find the freaky ones.
Aren't they all owned by the same? Does Match own all of them or no?
I don't know.
Match owns, I think, Tinder, right? And Bumble?
I'm not sure.
Or Hinge?
Tinder.
Hinge is another one.
Tinder is owned by Match.
Hinge is owned by, who does Hinge? Yeah.
I don't think Bumble is, though. I'm not sure. But they all have different angles. So, like I said, FetLife is good for the freaky hookups. Tinder is good for one-night stands also, not necessarily freaky women. And Bumble is kind of like a hodgepodge hit and miss kind of thing. Or I just meet women at the bar too. That's I guess that's number 4.
I guess Bill, this is the 3rd time we've lost Bill. I wonder if he's having an internet problem.
Oh yeah, the CPP website. What's the update on that? Always a few more weeks. A few weeks away. Always a few weeks away.
Did you have a chance to see? Did you have a chance to see the Rob Lowe exchange at the doorstep of?
Yeah, when he dropped in.
Huh?
When he dropped into Tommy yesterday.
He dropped in. Yeah. Did you have a chance to see the exchange?
I did see that. Yeah. People were sending it on Instagram. Great.
Any thoughts?
My thoughts is Rob Lowe did seem high, but I wouldn't have said that to him.
I mean, did he seem high, or did he just seem like he was like disgruntled for having to do this story yet again, and having to deal with? So Tommy, like, it just seemed like he was flase da. He was like not enjoying this assignment, but Fox 31 has recognized the power of Tommy Fellows and ratings.
Isn't it technically up to him what stories he wants to do and to bring to the news station?
No, I think he's got to put the expense by his editors, I think, right? So he could take a story and present it, because you got to assign people to it. So they sent a camera crew out to the court hearing today. There was a camera crew the other day with him, gas, expenses. So you've got to get it approved by your editors and or producers. So I'm assuming that there was some sort of stalemate between, should we cover a Tommy story again? And there was some discussion, and with this latest arrest for child abuse, despite Tommy trying to argue with the judge today of the terminology of whether it constitutes child abuse or not, the statute is child abuse,
right,
via negligence. The top statute is child abuse, and under that is a.
Wasn't he trying to argue whether it was child abuse or negligence?
He was not. He clearly wants to get rid of the child abuse label. Maybe not good for business, and maybe that's why Rob Lowe is so interested, because let's be honest, putting child predator protector preventing child abuse charged with child abuse. I mean, the headline can write itself, and then Tommy can provide the commentary in the subsection.
Welcome back, Bill.
I had to climb a tree. I hope this is better.
Yeah, sounds good. Welcome to Sam's panel.
Well, don't jump out and attack some poor kid trying to spray paint a bridge somewhere in Atlanta, Bill.
Right, and get my ass kicked. Yep, that's good.
I was going to make a comment, but I'll just shut up there and leave it at that.
Well, I heard Bill earlier that he wouldn't take, a lot of shit's gone on, and I'm sort of just resigned to the fact that whatever's happening is going to happen. Vic was part of it. I think he is not part of it anymore. And I know that Vic had a very rough childhood. And so, he was part of something that was really, really, and is continuing to be pretty toxic and terrible. And there's very few people willing to call it out. And a couple of those people are, you'd want them in a war with you. That's the likes of a Warbot and a JFK and Jenny T and Telly. I mean, people are really going after Telly.
So Tommy's charged?
Yeah, I was gonna ask you about that. Why are people going after Telly so hard? What did he do?
I think him and Tommy Boy got into a little beef. And I completely agree with Telly and respect him a lot. And so I think that the intellectual side of the community that sides with an arrogant, smug ass like Tommy Boy or throwing Telly under the bus. and Telly had the balls to go up against some of the more toxic elements in the community. Tommy Boy being one of the few that didn't have the balls to do anything and say anything or react in any way, in any meaningful way. And so it got tense, right? It got sad and tense. And so Telly had the courage to take on something, and a group of people leading the charge of the likes of Tommy Boy were unwilling to do so. So it got tense, and then they've sort of broken off. I think that one time they were pretty tight. They shared information, I think, and exchanged ideas.
That's the thing. Tommy Boy, none of them motherfuckers has the balls to go up against Caps creeps because they know they'll get dragged. It doesn't matter what it's about. And Tommy Boy goes after, no offense, Sam, that he goes after low hanging fruit, and the stuff that he goes after, like there are other things. If he wants a fucking thing to go after somebody, he can come and see me. I'll give him one of my files that nobody knows about. He can fucking handle it because I don't feel like doing it anymore.
Yeah. So, yeah, I mean, on all, I've already said that I am low hanging fruit. I've pinpointed the targets that Tommy Boy goes after. It's, people that are low risk, high reward, that don't take a lot of courage to take on. People hate me. People have an opinion of me. Few people like me. I comment a lot of stuff. I've done a lot of things. I've put myself out there. He's not put any of himself out there. He is a nameless, faceless troll that thinks he's having a positive impact on catching predators when he is just looking like the smug, arrogant asshole that he is. And so, I would say I accept the fact that I'm low-hanging fruit. But you will see that he has never made any constructive criticism at all of Tommy, of Cap, he's barely mentioned JD and that whole gang, and he's just obsessed with me. And like I said, it's, at times it feels downright sexual of how obsessed he is with me. And he wants to sort of threaten this idea of, I promise I won't go below the belt. I promise I won't go to the belt. Like, is that some sort of, like, is that a threat? Like, if you want to go below the belt, go below the belt. Calling you a weirdo is not below the belt, and I've already apologized for it. And so it is what it is. And he's going to continue to stream long into the long winter of Sam stuff, of rehash stuff that's already been litigated and disputed and rebutted, and all of my stuff, my little 6 catches, when there's a teams everywhere with 400 catches, 300 catches, 100 of them are dismissed or thrown out. People don't want to say anything about it. Tommy Boy doesn't want to say anything about it because he, his whole image is taking me on in a very disturbing way at times, but I wish him the best, and he has complete permission to use my voice and image in my streams if he so chooses.
Yeah,
I had a question, but I forgot.
I heard that they're gonna and granted, it is a problem, or at least for me, been a problem. We got a lot of new people that don't know all the shit that's happened in the past. Like they just don't know. So now I guess they want to go back. They're so desperate for the attention and desperate for the content. They're going to go back and start dragging up shit like Great Grandma and go through it again. But I guarantee you they're going to do it all wrong because they're going to consult Ryan. And Ryan was convinced that I was Great Grandma for 6 months. And even after she went live, showed her face, we heard her voice, and he still was going with that narrative. So they're just going to serve to give people bad information.
Yeah, and he's going to examine the holiday challenge again for the 75th time. It was simple, and you would think that someone like Tommy Boy that's got clips out his ass and LARP, who have such a long storied memory, would remember the context in which the holiday challenge was put together. It wasn't out of my ass that came about. It was because Tommy was out claiming for months and months and months that he had all of these convictions and all of these arrests. And if you have a long memory, LARP, and if you have, this long historical memory that you brag about all the time, LARP, of how you remember everything, well, remember this. Tommy was out trolling and harassing other catchers, claiming they didn't call the cops. Anybody remember that?
Mhm.
LARP, you remember that?
Yeah.
He was out.
All you have to do is listen to that one conversation between Tommy and the cops that MasterCard put out, and I'm sure Blue has it up. But they in that interview with Tommy, they're telling him, "Hey, we need your information," and it was very obvious. Tommy didn't give a fuck about getting convictions. All he cared about was how his channel was doing and the money that he makes off of it.
Exactly.
Just listening to that one interview.
You go to PP Mass, you go to Alex, you go to all of them. If they're, they remember. Tommy was out there throwing it in their face. He had the most catches. He had the most arrests. He was the only catcher that called the police. He was slandering the other catchers left and right for months and months and months. It was his brand. It was his thing. And, I've vowed to not go after Tommy and, move on from that experience. But if he wants to relitigate why the Holiday Challenge was created, it was to shine a light on his claims. And his claims were that he had like 40 convictions. And I said, provide evidence of 4. He said he had like 150 arrests. I said, provide evidence of 40. And if Tommy Boy wants to go back and examine my entrance into the community, which was to examine the claims of a catcher who was slandering every other catcher, go right ahead. Go right ahead. I wish you the best of luck. You probably have every clip that's ever been done in this community because you either have saved it and recorded it or someone has sent it to you.
That's something else that's fucking weird is people that watch everything and fucking record everything. It's as much as it's helped me out because I will not go back and I will know something happened. I'm not going back and digging for it. Fuck that. It's helped me out because other people have had what I was talking about, giving it to me, but it's fucking weird to spend that much time on something. It's just weird.
It's gotten. Let me tell you what happened just the other day that I put together. As this is how bizarre it's gotten. I put something in JT's stream and chat. Just something. One of the lines of rebuttals that I'm going to be using against Tommy Boy in the future, and I didn't want it to get out that that's what I was sort of working on, that line of attack. And so I put it up, and then within maybe 5-10 seconds, it wasn't like a below the belt comment. It was completely above the belt, et cetera, et cetera. And I deleted it within 10 seconds. Someone screenshotted it. Either he did it or someone did it for him. Potentially a Red Hood who claims to be out of the community. It's obvious that Red Hood and Tommy Boy talk. It's fine. Just let's be honest. Let's be honest who's here. If this is a troll community, go ahead. But, for those people that want to operate behind the scenes, and act like they're not here watching and listening, and they are, I haven't trolled since the days of Crackhead on Patrol. And I've retired that alt. I might have to dust off my alt. Or that alt, or an alt, because people feel that they can't talk like who they are, and they have to use alts. And I'm not, LARP has 150 alts, 140 of them are sham related. But like Conman, Pat Conman, don't like Conman. But I can probably guarantee you that Conman just keeps it level and he doesn't have alts. I don't know what are your guys' thought on that? Does Conman have alts?
I really don't. He doesn't really need alts.
Yeah, exactly.
LARP on the other hand is a fucking creep. LARP's a fucking creep. I mean, he just is. He had his heart broken, and I could go into all that bullshit. He does have nice legs for a guy, though. I'll give him that. But I mean, Pat Conn is a troll, and I don't necessarily like Pat Conn all the time, but I don't think he's out there running around with a billion different alts. So he doesn't need to. Like
Hey,
Pat
Bill
Conn
Ev-
doesn't try to
hey,
pretend
Bill
to be
Evans.
something he's not.
And I don't, even when he says that he has a couple alts, con man, you're conning us again. I don't believe you. I think that you're straight up, your trolling is, you have a very good memory of stuff that goes on and you apply it very, you know.
Well, I mean, he used to
Can't say
be.
I like you. I can't like you, con man, because you are con man, but I don't think you're one to hide behind alts.
He used to be, what was it
Like
called?
Tommy Boy
Ask me
directed.
ask me about FBI crime statistics, some shit like that. So he did change his name at one point, but
Hey, Kurt Kasprick, why Kurt's alt? Why would you say that I blocked you when I can see what you're saying?
is he blocked from your channel? Because when you
be
block
blocked
somebody
from my
from your channel,
How could he be blocked from my channel and I can see what he's saying to me?
that doesn't matter. If you blocking somebody on your channel doesn't block them from you seeing them in chat. You have to do that separately. Because there are people that are blocked from my channel, like LARP. His LARP account got banned by default, but I still see him in chats. So
I hope Kurt is well.
heard from
We
Kurt lately?
haven't seen Kurt in a while. I do get these messages from Kurt, but these bulk. He sends me these bulk like photos, like memes and stuff.
Mhm.
Like 5 at a time, and I always respond, "Hi Kurt, how are you?" And he responds with 5 more like meme type stuff, and it's like, what?
So he doesn't
What?
talk. He just sends memes.
He doesn't. Well, let me look. I'll tell you what happened.
At least we know he's alive still.
hey, what's up? See, that's another thing. Yes, Kurt is weird, and he has that whole wheelchair thing is fucked up because one time he was like, "Yeah, I'm paralyzed, man. I'm paralyzed." But then there's pictures of him standing up on his Instagram, and like he's like, "Oh, I'm blind. I'm blind. Somebody else has to." What's her name has to read this stuff to me, and she does all my typing. But there's been times he's like, "Oh, she's not around or whatever," but he can still type just fine then. So yeah, there's a lot of shit about Kurt that's fucking weird. But how many fucking panels did like Nanya and them have about him? The same thing with Christie. You know what I mean? Yeah, they did some fucked up things, but it's just fucking. Are you that desperate for? There's so much other shit out there that could be covered. Maybe they just don't know about it or whatever. But
Yeah,
I don't know.
well, let me going through this Instagram thing. I'm just scrolling back. Kurt, if you're there, please respond to me with words. No more memes. So going back till June, I say, I literally, "Hey Kurt, how are you?" 15 pictures. 2 weeks later, 15 pictures. "Kurt, I hope you're well." 15 more pictures. And they're ranging from like someone trying to catch a snake, and then a huge bigger snake came through the roof. There was something about a
like random shit.
Yeah, it was like one of these someone on Rumspringa, in the Pennsylvania. What is that called? The what are they? What is the Rumspringa? It's like the not Mormons. In Pennsylvania, and it's like
Amish.
Anyway, Amish.
We have
Amish.
we have a lot of Amish around here. Yeah.
Yeah, an Amish person on Rumspringa in a cart on their wagons. Then something about Robin Williams, then something with Joe Rogan versus Jordan Peterson. Anyway, and then I say, "Hi Kurt. Hey Kurt. Hope you're well, Kurt. Kurt, if you can hear me, let me know how you are. I don't mind the memes as long as you respond. Yeah, and I think like he was unfairly. They dragged him for a couple weeks and now he's gone.
Right.
Like you raised money
That's the
for
thing.
him.
There's
You
a
raised
lot of
money
cool
for him,
people.
yeah.
There's a lot of cool people that are gone now because FM was accusing a shit ton of people of being Megan, and a lot of these people I know for a fact they aren't Megan. 'Cause I've had phone conversations with them. I know that they're not her, and so do a lot of other people. But FM gets on there and has other people like capping them, ban them from their channels. I mean, and they're stupid, letting somebody else tell them what to do on their channel. But yeah, there's been a lot of cool people run off because of that kind of bullshit.
And the other thing I'd say too is that if you are wanting to see this community thrive and succeed in its mission, not everyone can be like Bill Evans, who keeps his head down, stays out of the drama. Everybody likes him. And, he donates to all teams. He supports the mission of all the teams. And that's great. A lot of people see these dragging stuff and they've sort of been frozen out of contributing. They're scared to donate to Tommy, or they're scared to, donate to Alex, or they're scared to donate to other teams because of the toxicity that comes with it. And I think that, there is something to say for trying to, have sort of keep it to the point where people that want to contribute and want to donate, but they don't feel like, no good deed goes unpunished, that donation is not only going to not get them, thanked and appreciated, it's going to get you a target on somebody's list. And I think that a lot of people, like I said, Bill Evans is a perfect example of the ability of most people don't have his, the ability he has to put things aside and to say, fuck them. And I'm going to do what I'm going to do. A lot of people don't contribute for the very reason that this community has become very toxic. And all of us have played a role in it, but there's some people that continue to play a role in it. And there's some people that continue.
That's the thing is,
it. It's like
well,
Sam,
sometimes
Sam, you put on this holiday challenge 75 months ago, and I'm going to bring it up, to show you how divisive you are. Yeah, it was a long, long time ago. And just yesterday, 10 people got doxxed in the channel.
That's the thing. Sometimes when I shut my phone off and I don't want to talk to anybody, it's because almost everybody, all they ever want to talk about is this drama bullshit. Sometimes I don't feel like even thinking about it. But when Bill Evans and I talk, we never talk about that kind of shit. We talk about airplanes, cat recipes, and guns. And that's pretty much it. So it's going to be especially painful for me when I have to let you all know that Bill Evans is PatCon.
I'm more curious to know what's your favorite cat recipe.
Somehow I wouldn't be surprised about that. Sort of Pat Conman as Bill Evans's alter ego. That kind of a light bulb went off, like when I thought that Haystacks was Panel Channel.
Think about it. You thought Haystack was Panel Channel? No.
Yes, I did. Well, I still do. Not convinced. But I'm not going to go Bill is great grandma with a voice changer or that direction, but I still have some inkling thrill going up my leg that Panel Channel is Haystack. But who knows? I mean,
there's Toe. Toe, I was just asking about you earlier. I hope you're doing all right, man.
Yeah, and hey, thanks, Dingo. You Dingnut. Thank you, Dingnut. Bill Evans could teach Sam a thing or two about philanthropy. Great statement, Dingnut. First thing that made sense tonight that you said, man, Dingnut. Thank you. Now let's get back to dragging you. Where were you getting harassed? Man, Dingo was getting harassed somewhere today.
Mandingo was? He's always getting harassed, so he deserves it.
He was getting pushed around somewhere. Oh yeah, maybe in Tommy Boy's stream, I think he was getting pushed around. When Tommy Boy called him, in addition to a litany of other derogatory and demeaning things, he called him disgruntled. It's hard to take a name Fart Kasprick seriously, but I'm trying to think does Kurt have something to do with that alt? Oh, Mandingo had a falling out with Nunya. That's where this brewing. Everybody's gonna have to pick sides. Well, since I'm BFFs with Ban Dingnut, I guess I'm gonna have to stand with him. It's gonna be a wild car crash. No friends at all, Mandingo.
I saw Side Boob on TV one time.
Barb versus Great Grandma in a sumo wrestling match funded by Penny Ortiz.
Barb versus Great Grandma. The actual Great Grandma or me? Because I'm not touching Barb. Not again.
You all mentioned, I really don't know Barb. I've seen her occasionally in some of the Outliers.
She's just a nasty,
she's floated
nasty
around
person.
Denise's channel. She's floated around JD's channel and others. Where does she come and go?
Well, she's been banned from a lot of places. What got me to ban her here was she filed a copyright strike against me because we were playing some of Todd's panel while he was live, and fucking Barb filed a copyright strike against me. It's not her content. She's not supposed to be able to do that. And then she tried to make it look like Todd filed it. So I'm like, dude, I would have, if you didn't have to file a strike, all you had to do is ask me and I would have took it down. And he's like, what the hell are you talking about? I don't care. And then I got to looking at it again, and it was she tried to make it look like it was Todd, but she used her real email address.
And you
so she was trying to. Yeah, I wasn't really mad at Todd because I understand, it's his content. If you don't want it out there, even though I don't care for the guy, it's his content. He ought to be able to get the views from it so I understand. But if I've done something that's not, which it was in fair use, I believe, but still, just out of respect, if you come to me and say, hey, I'd like you to take that down, more than likely I'm going to do it. Unless I really don't like you, then you can get fucked. But,
Barb. The only interactions I've had with her, which wasn't even really an interaction, was as I was trying to build a rapport to interview Denise and continue talking with Denise, which that truce is now totally broken and we're in open hostility. She has now pinpointed me in a number of crimes generating in the Northeast, mob and mafia related crimes.
Did you not get the memo that she was a wacko like months ago?
I didn't. I think that it's important to talk with everybody, and see what they have to say. I had a conversation with her, and I was warned, and that I could be incorporated if things went south. And things went south, and those warnings went unheeded.
You know what I would love to see? I would love to see you do an exclusive interview of Jen A.
You know, that could
Dude, I
you know what?
I've
If we
done
could
that,
get
man.
have you done an interview with her one-on-one?
I had a BDSM stream and she came up and like she was all about it, man. It was the only time we had a conversation where we didn't argue.
You got that recorded? Do I need to go back and look for that?
Yeah, I'm not joking. Yeah, it should still be up.
So is that where she came from? Did you find her on like FetLife and invite her over here? Is that how she showed up?
I'm not. I don't remember. I think somebody else had wanted a BDS stream about BDSM, and I'm like, all right, cool, I'm into that. So I made a stream about it, and she just showed up, and she's like, oh yeah, blah. She wasn't bullshitting either, because like she knows what all the tools are, and she knows her shit.
All right. Well played.
Let me just say real quick that I thought that was a troll earlier that alleged that Bupak was shot, but could we get some information on this to verify and hope if he was shot?
I didn't see any more about it.
We need to be thinking of him because he puts himself in some dangerous situations.
It sounds
Blaze
like
confirmed it. Okay.
I don't.
like
so
on
Cat
his,
Eye says,
on
I
his
don't know if
Facebook.
anyone heard yet, but Bupak the catcher was shot. Please keep him in your prayers. That comes from Cat Eyes.
Wow. Was he doing a catch? Oh, not in a catch. Okay. It's confirmed, but not in a catch. Okay.
What up, Dingo? How's it been?
What up, Meow? Bill, how you doing? Good to see you back. And Tommy Boy, how you doing, Tommy Boy?
We're BFFs, right, man?
Yeah,
we're
we're
BFFs.
playing,
I
we're
mean, I bet
playing,
you cringed. I bet you cringed and started squirming when you heard Tommy Boy claim that me and you were BFFs, right?
Yeah, he likes to talk on his when he's on his high horse,
When he's drunk in 3 a.m. in Europe.
He's drinking all that European water and.
Hey, why you gotta judge those of us that drink at 3 a.m., bro?
No,
Well,
you've seen me drink before. It doesn't end well. So
I don't work till 1 in the afternoon. Of course, I'm going to still be drinking at 3 a.m. Shit.
Yeah, something happened with me. I don't really know what it was with me and Tommy Boy, but he pretty quickly took an unliking to me. Not sure why. And then he also says that I was the first one to come to his defense. When the Ray thing happened. So I think he just needs to make up his mind. He's sending me mixed signals, right?
Well, he's not sending me mixed signals.
Kind of like a woman.
Yeah, I'd say.
His signals to me are very clear.
Yeah, I think you and him just need to get a room and just get at it, have at it,
Do you mean sexually or a fist fight? That could have gone two ways there.
Yeah, both. I don't know.
No. Well, let's keep it above the belt here, Mandingo. That's what Tommy Boy Studios is all about. We don't go below the belt.
I mean, you can be sexual above the belt too.
Got it. Yeah, no, he definitely seems to be honing in on you right now. And I don't pay attention to it, and then all of a sudden, like he's like documented all this stuff from the last 3 weeks and he's made a video, and I'm like, what the hell is going on?
Well, I mean, it's he didn't like the fact that I called him a weirdo. He didn't like the fact that
Telly called him a cunt, so
that he chased women around. I since apologized to him for that and then deleted those apologies. Okay. But the apology still stands. So sentiment very limited.
Do they stand if you deleted them?
Yes, they do. I curate and I manage my channel and the community page on it, and some things get stale, and so all the comments got deleted. Okay. Not that anything was trying to be hidden. It was just still very limited and very narrowly apologized to him for calling him a weirdo, that he chases people around, and he never accepted it. And it wasn't. And then he says, "Oh, I didn't care about the apology." Not one, not two, not three, but a number of people reached out to me, saying that they both thought it was out under the, it was a low blow, and that Tommy Boy did too. So I said what I said, and it will not be repeated. There will be no more apologies.
Right.
I
Well, he was definitely triggered today. Something triggered him. I don't know what it was. He was off. He was off camber, out of sorts. It was very uncharacteristic of Tommy Boy today. It was kind of reminiscent of like a maybe like what do you call that thing when the planets are in alignment, or the retrograde, right?
It's
Whatever
in
that
retrograde.
is.
Yeah, Mars.
Yeah, because like Tommy Boy's chit chat.
It is a full moon tonight.
Or Tommy's chit chat and Tommy Boy's chit chat were both pretty manic. With like two men in kind of like a midlife crisis, trying to work things out on the internet. It's interesting.
Yeah, and so it's like just some of the things. It was like back in April, May, when he melted down and all that stuff, stuff quote unquote happened to him. He got doxxed once in one stream. And I sent him a note on Instagram saying, hey, if there's anything I can do. So he never had the fucking courtesy to open it because he's too cool to do that, right? And when we agreed to do that panel in June, I fucking went in and deleted the message because it was no longer relevant and he didn't have the courtesy to open it. And so it was pointless. It would have been rude to not delete it. Like, you were, for a month and a half, you set this here and you didn't open it because you melted down from your situation.
Oh, you're going back in time now. Yeah. You're taking us down the time travel machine.
Well, no, I mean, he claims that he didn't melt down, and the fact of the matter is that he did. He deleted all of his stuff, and either he didn't respond to me or he didn't respond to anybody. But I went in and had the courtesy to delete my message because I have some self-respect. And then he went in there when we were going to have our one-on-one panel. Why'd you delete your message? Well, you didn't read it for 2 months. So fuck you.
Yeah,
so
well, it is.
I look forward to his stuff. I said I wouldn't be on panels anymore. These are exigent.
You did say that, and then he does the thing like 3 minutes later.
Exigent circumstances. Okay.
Big word. We learned
exigent circumstances.
Exigent circumstances.
And that is the qualifier that I'm using to be back involved.
Yeah.
And it's for the limited purposes of responding to the slime that he throws out.
You're teaching us big words, and Tommy Boy taught everybody a big word. Nefarious, right?
You
nefarious
and your impotent circumstances, I tell you.
That's the new word, nefarious, right?
I am only back because of exigent circumstances, and that's why I'm here to respond to these fly balls. And they are fly balls.
Y'all are gonna make me. I'm gonna have to grab a fucking dictionary if you guys keep that shit up.
Mandingo knows the definition. He's a pretty academically. He's a pretty academic. He knows the definitions. He's just playing dumb as usual.
I mean, sure. calling someone a weirdo though, it's kind of fucking stupid thing to be so offended about at the end of the day.
Well, and what my point is that for sure, he's a pretty sensitive guy. And I have been called CP Sam, CP Samantha. He had a great chuckle when Haystacks labeled me as gay.
Faggot. You got called faggot.
A fruit. I've been called a predator, a pedo, a chomo sympathizer.
Faggot.
Yeah, and he's
an orgy host.
An orgy participant, bathhouse user. Ryan says
what you're saying is
Ryan says that I'm a prostitute user, that I'm a regular user of prostitutes, that I look like a person that uses prostitutes. So
did he really say that?
Yeah, Ryan did, and then he denied it.
Lord.
So what you're saying is,
Oh God.
So I'm just in shock that again this is the Tommy Boy that we all know, right? He blows out proportions things that personally happened to him. I'm doxxed every day, all day. I was doxxed earlier today in JD's stream and continue to be. There are some alts out there as my name and relating to my family and stuff all day, every day. He gets doxxed once in a stream, blames you, Meow, for it, and everybody melts down. And
you're talking about JD, right?
I'm talking about Tommy Boy melting down, but JD is the one who's doing all the shit. And for everyone else on this side, sliming every day, and he doesn't have the ability to call out all the other sliming and the name calling. Like Tommy Boy, is it right to be called a Chomo sympathizer? Is Ed a Chomo? Is Ed a Pred? I mean, these are kind of questions that Tommy Boy doesn't have to answer to ever, nor does he answer to any of them. But he'll sit there and freak out when I call him a weirdo. And so then I offer a genuine apology. He classlessly doesn't respond to it, right? And that apology was not, by the way, to prevent this Sam Saga miniseries that he's going to be putting together. Keep it coming. Push it out there. It's your thing. It's your channel. Do what you got to do. Dredge up old, long litigated, long past things for you to rekindle. Fine. That was a genuine apology, and you trampled on it and didn't even have the respect to do it. Okay. And Bill,
voice of truth right here.
Bill, I agree with you, but it's it's difficult sometimes when you are being attacked every day in different ways and means. People attack people's businesses, they attack their work, and not predators, just people in this community.
Are you lucky enough to get pizza showing up at your house yet?
I have, yes, and I've had
there are catchers that do this. There are catchers that launch ad hominem attacks daily, right? And these are people that are literally speaking out of both sides of their mouths. They're like catching predators, but they also contribute heavily to the toxicity in this community.
And Bill, like in a vacuum, Bill Evans, I completely agree with you. And offering Tommy a reward in December to produce the evidence of his convictions and arrests was not an ad hominem attack. And that's how I got started here. And Tommy Boy can spin it however he wants, but that's the fact. And I think that it's I think that as Mandingo said, you have a different, you are an example for all of us. And, not to sound contrite here, but I can't sometimes you have to respond, and I am one that responds. That's just the way I was raised.
Animal fury.
Every time somebody says ad hominem, I have flashbacks because somebody taught that to Ryan, and we were arguing, and he said something. He's like, "Do you know what ad hominem means?" I'm like, "Yeah, dude. I went to the 6th grade." Every time I hear that phrase, it's.
Sam, have you responded to the question and the criticism that was brought forward by Blackface Sniper around your channel and deleting some of your content?
Already addressed.
I know that was a concern out there. I want to make sure. Okay,
already addressed. Cool. Issues been put to bed.
Thank you. I'll find the timestamp.
I posted a community post about that. Sometimes things get old, they get stale, they get irrelevant. They're relating to people's personal finances. And so, what was done is done. And it, for those that there's a lot of screen recording that goes on, particularly with me and my channel. And so I'm sure that there's screen captures that will be really informative to government agents. So if you were able to screen capture those, everybody please send them to Haystack. He's collecting them to give to a number of government agencies. So
Right.
I will cooperate with the investigation, Mandingo. I will say that I will cooperate.
That's one step closer to healing. I appreciate that.
Yes, I will just tell the truth. I don't need an attorney. I'm not even going to get a public defender. I'm just going to go and represent myself and tell the truth.
If you tell the truth, then there's no problem.
Exactly. And if Rob Lowe shows up at my doorstep, I'm not going to threaten to trespass him. I will invite him in and have him bring in 2 more cameras to have a chat with me.
I got his phone number.
Well, I can get it from JT. Don't worry.
Do we know if anyone? Just random question. The channel on YouTube that's making the Tommy documentary, like Aqua, whatever. Do we know who's behind that?
Look, the only thing
First I heard about it.
The only thing I can put, there's some new
the trailer's
channels
pretty good.
The trailer was pretty good.
Yeah, there's some new channels that popped up, and I don't want to get into. I am very entrenched as
well. The first thing
knows, and I sort of know everything as I'm so entrenched, right? So the only thing I can say, just on pure speculation, is that recently there was a channel called on Rumble called CPP Live Catches, and it was a very successful and popular channel that had generated a good amount of revenue and didn't share that revenue, allegedly. Again, this is pure speculation, folks. And I believe that potentially some people that have used Tommy's name, image, likeness, CPP's name, image, likeness, even though it's a nonprofit, he shouldn't necessarily. I'm not sure how that works, but I believe that there was some behind the scenes takedowns that happened recently of some TikTok channels, some Rumble channels, some maybe even YouTube channels, Instagram channels that were successfully promoting Tommy's content and exposing the predators at the same time, I might mention, right? Again, if it is all about exposing predators, like Tommy Boy is wanting me to do so badly with the Florida catches, one would presume that the same would apply to Tommy's catches, even if it was someone else making money off of them. So, long story short, is that I believe that some of these new channels that have cropped up here recently that are anti-Tommy may be speculating that they were formerly pro-Tommy or content creating Tommy's, reblasting it and then got their channels taken down. Long-winded, that's my speculation. Short and sweet.
Yeah, the trailer is.
I really did see
good.
I really did see Side Boop on TV one time. I'm not bragging. I'm not making it up either.
Was it one of the pay-per-view channels or?
No, it was just regular TV, man. I love fucking shampoo commercials.
Pat Con, look up Aqua Views TV. Just so you want to look up. There's only a few videos. It's the first one is it.
Yeah, I'm gonna put. Can I put it in the chat, Bill?
Yeah, go ahead. I've never heard of it, so this is all new to me.
Maybe we can pull it up.
Play it live.
Go for it. I'll give you whatever you need. I can't do it, but I can give you permission to whatever you need.
Oh, I can share it if you want me to. Let me find it.
FCC, my BFF, who was pushing you around today in Tommy Boy's chat? I saw you nestled in there pretty tight.
Nothing serious.
Okay,
mainly,
good. That's
mainly
great
some
news.
of the trolls and
okay.
You know, there's definitely yeah. I mean, when you make enemies with people like Nunya, and when you call out the truth against the scammer Tommy Fellows and other people, you tend to make enemies, right?
I shared it if you want to watch it.
No, can you pull it up and can you
I did.
share your screen?
I'm waiting for Bill has to accept it.
Oh, Bill, can you accept it? So you and Nunya have sort of a big falling out.
Yeah, she tried to. I mean, they tried to confront me on her panel a couple of weeks ago, and Bobby Joe came in, and she's like, "I got screenshots of you, man. You were talking shit about Nunya, man. You're a fuck. You got to eat
Did she call you two-faced? Did she call you
got to
two-faced?
eat a bag of dicks, man." And
did Bobby
I
Joe
was
call
like,
you two-faced?
I was like, "Do you have any receipts?" And she's like, "I don't have any receipts, man." And so I just told them all to fuck off.
Of course not. All right, ready for this?
Yeah, let it rip.
There's a video out there. Tommy's, takes a sip of his White Claw, whatever. And I'm picking up my kids from school.
Enlighten me. Okay, I was accused of sexually abusing 2 little girls, okay, and I never did.
Call the fucking police.
I never did.
Call the fucking police. You didn't do it. So nowhere was it said that we ever confirmed that we were Colorado PED Patrol. This is our 270th catch. Jesus Christ, man, they fucked me again. All right, I got you. Get the fuck out of here.
I have to say that is pretty good. That is pretty good.
Fuck out of here. That ending was for sure.
And I must say too, just a very great intro. And I've seen 2 good intros. I have to say that Tommy Boy put out a good intro for his miniseries on Sam. So his editing is getting better, but that is phenomenal. And I wonder if that is a troll or that is actually going to be something that's going to be put out there.
Hold on.
I thought the same thing. I was like, is it just like a teaser that's going to go nowhere, or is it?
It looks good enough to.
It looks great.
To I mean, look, it's got 1,300 views, which is pretty good. Of course, Mandingo is in there with a "Can't Stop, Won't Stop."
What
comment.
was I?
December.
December. Mandingo's thing is, you're making comments that you can't. Yes, you were in there 13 days ago. You're everywhere.
Oh yeah, dude. I love it.
Of course, I was in there too, as I'm sure this was not a production of Tommy Boy Studios. They are way too busy exposing the little fish.
Yeah, I think as Bill said, the low hanging
that...
fruit. Yeah, and yeah, that probably made you feel different kinds of ways, Sam. But you're not a low hanging fruit in my book.
No. I mean, I recognize that low hanging fruit is an easy target. And I have been low hanging fruit for a long time. I've told people before that I'm sort of the class clown. Plus, I was picked on a lot, and kids picked on me, teachers picked on me. I'm not a professional victim. I'm just saying how I am where I am today. I'm a big target, and people know that I ain't gonna go ballistic. I ain't gonna show up to school one day and go postal. And they knew that. They knew that. With most people, you don't know that, which is why there's some risk at picking on kids. And I have been a low-hanging fruit for a long time. And that's okay. It's okay, Mandingo. I can handle it. But Aqua Views has 84 subs. There's two other videos on there, but I think they're just relinks to Tommy's stuff, right?
It was a relink to the guy running away the other day from the sketch. The one that
84 subs and how many views on the video?
1,300 on that intro video.
Interesting statistics there. Yeah.
described as an independent commentator with my own views and thoughts on various topics. And clearly various means one.
I almost wonder to some extent if it's that Peter Petter guy that was going around, the guy that was going around saying he was going to do a documentary and then just fucking went ghost. I almost wonder if it's him or not.
I thought the same thing.
But I mean, yeah, I don't. Yeah, that guy. I think that guy might have been just a troll himself, though.
Petter, right? He had like, it was like 2 T's.
No, it's just 1 T. P-E-T.
1 T. Yeah.
Yeah, I think
he came in, and then everybody thought he was serious.
Asked
like
him
Matt and Ed, they had him on the panel. They're like, "Yeah, we're gonna get you a bunch of information." And within a week, he was like. He was
simping over Chuckles, and then
he was. That's where he died. He died over there, right?
Yeah, pretty much.
It was like a 3-week thing, and then he was gone.
Well, I am tired, and I am not even a fourth of the way through with my Tommy Boy rebuttal. So, with that, Bill, I'm going to have to save it maybe for my own channel, and I am going to invite. You offered to do I am going to say my BFF Mandingo. I am going to need to do a Tommy Boy decompression with you on one of these streams, a one-on-one, so you can walk me through as I vent my frustration with him and his studio and his productions.
Sure.
As we move through this process, as we move through this mini series Sam saga, you're gonna have to be there.
Yeah, I've got no bad blood with Tommy Boy, but I'm also happy to be objective. You know. Yeah. I call him.
Are you gonna put your hands in each other's back pockets?
No, we're gonna play footsies. That's what Tommy Boy said. Yeah.
He said we are playing.
That's what he said. Yeah.
Yeah. So
yeah.
Me and
I like feet. I like feet.
Yeah. Y'all playing footsies in the hot tub over there or something?
I haven't been invited yet. Surprisingly, I haven't been invited. I've tried to squeeze my way in there a few times, but
I was just in there. I'm going to go in a second. Yeah.
I'm going to let you. I'm going to let you guys go though, Meow. FCC Bill, thanks for letting me up, and
yep.
To be continued.
Take care, Sam. Say hi to Ray.
Bye bye.
This second person scared off tonight.
No, he was up for a while, so.
Yeah, I know.
Did you see me setting Anya off the other day when I caught her lying again?
No, you mean she lies? No way. Continue.
I know it's hard to believe, but no, she. I said something. I said something about because somebody sent me a screenshot of her saying that I was a liar, but they always say I'm a liar, but they never say what I'm lying about, and then like they can't ever prove anything because there's no fucking proof to be had. Anyway, not that I don't fuck with people because I do. So I said something about it. She's like, I never said that, blah blah blah, and I knew that I'd seen the screenshot. Of course, I'm terrible with organizing shit. And there is a person, well, more than one, that like screenshots everything for me, and sometimes it helps me. She knows. But it had been like a couple of weeks, so it under everything else he'd sent me since then, and couldn't remember what the context was, so I went look.
Nicely said, Bill. Hey guys, welcome to my stream.
Nanya just hacked him. She's gone. Yeah. He's gone.
Nanya's doing the little hacky. Make sure y'all hit the like button.
She's tracking his IP address.
give the stream the thumbs up. This is like the perfect time to whip my dick out, bro.
No, it's not.
No one can cancel me.
It's not. Do not do that. Yeah, of course.
I'm not gonna do that.
Yeah.
Not my style.
Yep. Oh, man. So what's going on, Meow? What's happening, man? Why did FTK leave when you came up, man? That was.
You were here? I don't know. I personally, just like you, I have no preference. Like, I'm not saying he's a friend. I'm not saying he's an enemy. He's just a random dude online to me. I have no. Yeah. I would have just ignored him. I know he doesn't like me, and I don't care. You know, that's just how I am. Like, it doesn't make a difference to me at the end of the day. I'm just here to fucking have a drink, talk some shit with some people. You know.
Yeah, seems like he was. I've never seen him kind of panicked and triggered so quickly.
Yeah, it was kind of weird.
It was out of character for sure. Yeah.
Whatever.
I hope he's okay.
Yeah. I don't know.
Yes, Dominique, we saw that. Yeah, about Bupak.
So do you know anything like how did it actually
I
happen?
don't know. I mean, people said that there was a conversation about it on this Facebook page. But it's you have to wait until the real information comes through to figure out what actually happened. So I don't know.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It's like everyone keeps saying it, but no one wants to share the story.
Yeah, I mean, it either happened on a catch or it didn't.
Well, I did see a comment. There was a comment that said it was not a catch.
On a catch, yeah. Yeah, I mean, he's in Pontiac, right? I mean, it's certain parts of Michigan are still, quite rough. There's a lot of gun violence, man.
Yep.
Which is sad.
He was shot at Universal.
What does that mean? Coney?
Universal Coney?
I don't know what that means.
Universal Coney. I guess it's a place. Oh, it's a fast food restaurant.
Okay.
In Detroit.
Yep.
Rated 2 out of 5 stars. Sounds like a great place to eat.
Man. It could have been random. It could have been targeted. Who knows? You got to just wait and see what happens. Yeah. Yeah, I mean, gun violence is, Jesus Christ. I mean, you live in the Sacramento area. It's pretty bad. I was living in Oakland for 20 years. It was terrible there, dude.
I was born in Stockton, which is even worse.
Yeah, Stockton's terrible, man. Yeah. Yeah.
I grew up in the hood of Stockton before I got the fuck out of there.
That's crazy. Yeah, Stockton was. Yeah, I mean, Stockton's. It's yeah.
Next thing on my list is to get the fuck out of California. Personally,
where are you gonna go?
I don't know yet. I'm actually working on getting my license back because I haven't had a license in like 8 years, maybe 7, 8 years, something like that. So that's what I'm working on now.
Yep.
Initially, I was supposed to get a breathalyzer for 6 months.
Mm-hmm.
Whenever I got my license back, so I was kind of just not getting my license because I didn't want to spend the extra money. And then I found out that I could fill out this paperwork and basically do like a timeout period where I just wait it out kind of thing.
Mm-hmm.
And so once they get the paperwork back and approved, after like 6 months, I can apply and just they'll literally hand me a license back.
Wait, did you lose your license because of a DUI?
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
Okay, I got it. Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
I don't know what that's like.
I lost it because of a DUI, my first and only one. And I decided since I just work from home that I just didn't drive. It made the most sense.
Yeah, I think with working from home and with the pandemic, a lot of people, I think driving less. Yeah, I fully stopped commuting.
Yeah, especially since they were originally requiring a breathalyzer, it made no sense when the only time I would go out was to fucking go to a bar and I wouldn't be able to drive it. So I'd be paying for a car for like 6 months with a breathalyzer that I couldn't really drive and do anything,
Yeah.
It didn't make sense.
Nah. Uber is your friend.
Yeah, but it's like $7 anywhere local in town. So
yeah,
$14 round trip, a couple times a night. That's cheaper.
Yeah, it's nothing, dude. You don't, and then you just don't have to. You just don't have to worry about any fucking problems, except passing out in one.
Exactly. So yeah, I'm gonna get my license back, and then that will obviously open the door if I want to get a rental car, go on a trip for the weekend, or drive out of town and move, and it will open up my doors more. So from there.
Oh, it looks like they were doing CPR on Bupak, which is not good. CPR works, but
will be revoked in 1 month max. I'm probably not going to drive for the first month. The point is getting it back, so I have the option if I want to. But yeah, I'm surprised. I'm like, do I have to do like a behind the wheel thing or anything? No, nothing. No.
Yeah, they just make you pay, and you have to wait the time, right?
Yeah, I have to basically pay. I think like $200 for the exemption, and then I sit out for like 5 or 6 months, and then I go and I just apply for a license, and they just give me a non-restricted license after not driving for like 8 years, which is really weird in my opinion. But okay, you get a license.
Can you hear me now?
The guy that hasn't been behind the wheel for 8 years.
You're back, Bill.
All right. I broke the antenna broke off of my cell phone. So I had to cover a cat in aluminum foil and stick it in there. And every time that freaking cat moves, I lose my signal.
Oh, you got one of those old school Motorola's.
Yeah, antenna.
Mm-hmm.
All right.
Remember back in the days when you got those little like booster stickers, like with the Nokia? It's such a scam. Like the little metal stickers that didn't do shit, that you stick on your phone and supposedly would help boost your reception. Y'all remember that shit?
Yeah.
I never had a Nokia phone. I had an original like Motorola, the big ones, the big bricks, right?
The suitcase ones.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, and then I had a
never had that.
Motorola. I had a Motorola like smaller, but it was gray, and the mouthpiece flipped open. And then I went to BlackBerry, and then I had a really small. I went from BlackBerry, the one that you like wore on your hip, like you were cool, had a keyboard on it, to a very small, super sleek Panasonic phone, which was like tiny. And I was like, oh, this is so cool. It's so small. Yeah.
I like BlackBerry. I like the physical keyboards of the BlackBerry. It sucks that I don't even know if they're really still around.
I don't think so. I mean, yeah. You could like send emails and do all that.
I think
shit.
a lot of their phones were using like 2G, so I don't even know if there's any like 2G networks that are still in use.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm sure you could buy a used BlackBerry, but I don't know if you could put them on anyone's network. That was the good old days.
Oh man, is Freya? Are they still talking about Upac? Like, does anybody know how bad a shape he's in, or that's? I hate to even ask because that's how.
It sounds like he got
like,
shot,
that's how,
and they were doing CPR on him at some point, which is not good.
It sounds like he got shot in a fast food restaurant, and they had something about CPR.
I tell you what, fast food restaurants make me want to kill people.
Some place called Universal Coney. Never heard of it.
No,
it's in Detroit. So that's just what people are saying. I don't know. The food looks pretty legit, but I mean.
Oh, was he with Dap? Was he with Josh? I don't know. I'm going to ask Xander a question. Xander says the cat is in contact with Josh from Dap, I presume. And I think that's where Dap is now, or at least Josh, right? He's in Detroit, I think.
I have no idea.
Yeah, Detroit can be tough. People. I mean, it's not I mean, people are just very like on edge these days, and you add guns to it, and oof,
right,
bad.
There's no real solution to the gun issue, though. What are you gonna do?
Have a bigger one than everybody else?
I guess so.
I mean, we have fuckers fucking 3D printing guns and shit. Unregistered 3D printed guns these days.
Yeah, but a lot of that's overhyped because you can't print out. I mean, I guess you could.
You can.
You can. I know you can print metal, but
they basically
you could
break.
You could print out a working gun, but it's not going to work for very long. You know what I mean?
Yeah, they fire a shot or two and then they break basically. I know someone that's actually put one before.
Say what?
One of my friends printed out a 3D printed gun before.
Well, yeah, you can print out like the frames and stuff, and I mean you could print because you can 3D print metal, but unless things have changed since I've looked into it, you can't 3D print a metal barrel strong enough to do more than a couple of rounds.
Yeah, correct. The ones that last the longest are the ones that are not full 3D printed.
Yeah, you still gotta.
Yep, but you can't.
I mean, basically,
you can't do one in full 3D printed plastic, but I mean, it's gonna not, after one or two, it's done. But I mean, that's why you need to meet someone.
Say the main part of Glocks are pretty much all polymer. Yeah, you got metal springs and stuff in there, but for the most part, the whole bottom of the gun is already, it's not really plastic, but plastic.
Speaking of 3D printing, this is on another level, but I used to be in here locally. We have what's called the Hacker Lab. It's like a community where you pay a monthly fee and you can go and use like their computers and their 3D printers and their laser cutters and everything. And this one night, it's a 24-hour thing. You can let yourself in. Everyone had like little key cards to get in, all the members. And I remember one night I was there with a friend of mine, and we were 3D printing some iPhone cases because he was selling iPhone cases on the side, kind of thing. And when he was doing that, I was bored as fuck, so I decided to look at like 3D print files that were online publicly available to download. And I downloaded this one that was just like a black dildo, like this really massive dildo, and I enlarged it like 5x, and I started printing it, and it was like, it told me it needed like days to print, right? So I obviously didn't stay there and watch it, and so I go back the next day, like 24 hours later, after we think this massive dong printing, and it's gone, and there's a note on the printer basically saying like please don't print large objects because they have to pay for the filament. That it didn't say big dildos or anything. It was like, don't print large objects because we have to pay for the filament or something like that. I was like,
Jesus, dude.
That was funny. But when I was like stretching it down and enlarging it before printing it, like I didn't realize it was going to take days to complete. That was gonna be a Christmas gift for someone, but I didn't want to stick around for the whole days. 3D printing though, you can do a lot of shit with it. It's great.
Oh yeah, there's a lot of cool stuff.
Yeah, I used to, when I had my ears used to be gauged hella big, and I used to print out like custom gauges and stuff for my ears and just random trinkets, little parts. If you have something broken, you need like a special little latch or something printed. It's great.
Yeah, but I mean, it's nice that the common folk have access to technology like that, but it's putting people like me out of business, man, because now somebody can just go and print a custom ball gag. They don't always necessarily, I mean, mine are a lot better, but
I don't know if they're I don't know if any.
You got people printing out their own ball gags, man. Somebody's going to get hurt.
I don't know of any 3D printed material that's really safe to be putting in your mouth. But then again, I don't really know of any that you'd want up your ass either. So, I mean.
There's some pretty cool, like 3D printed homes. Pretty badass.
Yeah. I was checking that out.
You talking about the ones that like have like a concrete printing machine kind of thing?
Yep.
Yeah, I've seen those before on stuff.
It's pretty badass. Like super low cost,
Yeah, that's it. Reduces the cost and reduces the time to build them. It's great.
Yeah, and then you don't have to hire all the Mexicans,
Well, I know what you mean, but I wasn't gonna go there.
I'm Mexican. I can say that. All right.
Okay, it's a lot. Okay.
Yeah.
Have you ever worked at like the back lot of Home Depot?
No, man. I've got soft ass hands.
You don't wait around and see who picks you up for the day?
I'm highly educated. My hands they're quite soft.
See, I've never actually had to find a worker at Home Depot. For me, like my main thing is I fucking hate mowing the lawn. But if I don't mow it long enough, I'll get a random Mexican showing up at my house offering to mow it for like $20, and I'm like,
sure, go for it.
Go for it. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
I'll give them water. That bad. I might buy a pizza and share a pizza with them. I have no problems. But I just one of those things I don't want to deal with at the end of the day, My backyard looks like fucking Jumanji, but my front yard is looking pretty good right now.
Yeah, you got to just take care of the front yard.
That's what the city complains about.
I actually caught a fugitive that way one time. I found out that he was getting day jobs at Lowe's. It was pretty easy to find. It was pretty easy to find him because he was the only white guy. I'm not even joking, man. He was the only white guy there looking for a job.
What's funny, actually, I actually had a white guy show up. An older white guy showed up. Really nice guy, in my opinion. And he was the same thing, offering to mow my lawn. He wanted more than a Mexican would, obviously, because he's a white person. And I'm like, sure.
And he was going to take twice as long and do a shitty job.
Well, if I'm paying flat rate, I don't care. He mowed it fine. And I asked him, like, this is really weird, but I've never had like a white person ask me, like, it's normally, other races ask me, like, what's your issue? And he's like, he I don't remember his charges. He had criminal charges in the past where he can't hold down a regular job. I'm like, all right,
Yeah.
that's cool. Like, I'll pay. He showed up in a beat up truck with his lawnmower and all his equipment in the back, ready to go. And I'm like, all right, yeah, fine with me.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's
hired
the thing about.
Go ahead, Bill.
Is sometimes the only jobs they can get are working for themselves because people don't want to hire them.
Yeah.
And that's fine. I personally have no problems giving people a chance. If you want to do something that I don't want to do for myself, great. I'm personally looking at. Recently I discovered there's an app where you can fucking have someone do your laundry for you. You basically bag your clothes up, you put it outside, and they bring it back the next day, like washed and folded, and they charge you it's like $1 a pound they charge or something weird like that. And I'm like, that'd be perfect for me,
Yeah. I'm past the time of like I don't fold my clothes anymore.
Oh
Just
no!
wash it and dry it.
Yeah, when I do my laundry, once my laundry's done, I throw it in a pile in the corner of my room. I have
Exactly.
I have a clean pile, I have a dirty pile, and I have a pile of maybe a shirt I put on for an hour or two and I can wear again, kind of thing. I got my 3 pile system.
Yeah, my wife hates it. She's like, "Why don't you put your stuff away?" And I'm like, "Because I'm going to use it."
Right? Sometimes I don't even take it out of the dryer. I'll just take a shirt out of the dryer.
Yeah.
And just leave the rest in the dryer, and
Yeah, exactly.
If it gets too wrinkled or too messed up, I'll start the dryer for 30 seconds.
It's actually way more economic. It's like the whole like farm to table movement, right? You want to. Yeah. It's the same thing. It's like you get your clean clothes straight out of the dryer, right?
Yeah, and you can start it for 30 seconds. You get a little bit warm.
Yeah, get a little bump, get a little warm up in there.
Yeah, and the thing about me is I'm just one person. I don't have a full load of laundry in a week. Like it. Yeah. A load of laundry literally is, 2 weeks at least.
Throw a couple sheets of Bounce in there, you're good to go.
Exactly. That's
I used to pick up chicks at the laundromat because you go in there, you find a single mommy, and she finds out you got your own washer and dryer. Man, you will get hooked up right then.
She'd be all on your balls. She'd be like, "Oh, you got an washing machine on your ooh."
Mm-hmm. I'm not even joking.
You're gonna be having some step kiddies calling you daddy before you know it. At that point,
I was redoing
it happened.
A sewer line at the previous house that we owned, and we had to dig a big trench, and so I hired a contractor, and we discovered that the pipes were fucking old clay pipes from a house that was built in the 40s, right? So we had to do a major dig, and I'm like, I was helping him with it, and he's like, I'm not. He was an African American dude. He's like, man, I ain't fucking digging this shit. I'm like, let's go hire some dudes to do it, And so he went to the Home Depot. I didn't go with him, and he picked up these dudes and brought them back, 2 Latino guys, and brought them into the backyard because we lived on a hill, so the sewer line went to the back, and they looked at the job and they're like, no queremos trabajar. Like you fucking pick these guys up and you bring them here and they decide they don't want to work. I'm like, what the fuck is going on with the labor market?
That's weird.
They're like, they're bougie now, dude. They're just like, nah, digging's too hard. We want to paint. I'm like, we told you it was a digging job. Right. And then they wanted to ride back to the Home Depot. And I was like, fuck that, dude. Make them walk.
How far away was it?
It was pretty far. It's probably a couple miles. I was like, fuck, they can take the bus, dude.
Right?
Fuck that, man.
They took advantage of you.
Dude, they came and they looked at it and they're like, no, está bien.
What year did you say?
Fucking, this is probably like 4 years ago.
No, what you said about your pipes? You said it was.
Oh, my house was built in like the 40s. My previous house.
Yeah, mine was born. My house was built in I think 77, 45 years or something like that.
Yeah.
It's getting pretty fucking old too. Yeah. Bounce sheets are less than snuggle sheets.
I'll try Snuggles.
I can get down with some Snuggles, man.
Yeah, I could try some Snuggles. Yeah. I'm all about fabric softener. Hell yeah.
I might try to skip and try to get the cheap bit. Can you get Snuggles from like Dollar Tree or something, or am I gotta go to like some high priced Walmart store to get those?
No, I think Snuggles it's a common brand.
I know.
You can probably get it from like 7-Eleven and shit.
7-Eleven. Actually, now I'm curious. I'm gonna get up.
Snuggles. That was the name of one of the hitchhikers I picked up. That wasn't his real name. That's just what I named him.
Named him. Bounce. That's the other name I'm thinking of. Bounce.
Damn, Bill.
Oh, they do. They have Snuggle at Dollar Tree.
Yeah, that.
CVS, Walgreens. Yeah.
That'd be a good name for a stripper.
Snuggles.
Hell yeah.
Dude, the last time I picked up a hitchhiker, he was like, "How did you know I wasn't a hitchhiker?" I'm like, "Man, the chances of there being two of us in the same car? Nah."
That's not. Yeah. Nah. God, when you say Snuggles, that's a little bit too close to Chuckles for my preference.
It does. It has that ring to it. Yeah.
Yeah, that's my.
Man, that'll send a shiver down your spine.
Bounce was the name of her sister.
Oh my god. Damn. That's funny.
Anyone else drinking tonight, or just me?
I'm drinking.
I was supposed to be. I planned on taking way more pills than I have, and I should have started drinking by now. But
when I came up, I was only going to say hey to you and Sam and shit, and then I was going to go out, but now here we are, and I got liquor delivered and whatever. Guess I'm staying home tonight. So much for a Friday night.
I'm smoking a couple joints, and I've got some Jim Beam with me. So
you probably got your bottle of champagne in your jacuzzi.
No, Jim Beam.
All your bitches and hoes in the hot tub with you.
Oh, just me.
Well, what do you guys think? I mean, I'm gonna eventually. I am still gonna take some stuff, but should I hang this up now and then just go nuts, or maybe I should just take like a couple of Ambien before I hang it up, and then you guys can interrogate me?
Yeah, I vote interrogation. Just because I don't want to leave yet.
What are you doing?
Okay. Well, I mean, I'll leave it open.
Bill's gonna pop some pills so we can ask him random questions when he's
great. Yeah.
when he's up.
I want Charlie Brown to come up. Drop the link for Charlie Brown.
The only thing, I'll put a link out there. Anybody can jump up here. Hold on.
I think Charlie Brown was talking shit about me earlier. I think.
Dominique, I had box one.
You just.
Yeah. I moved on from box one.
You guys just can't ask me. You can't ask me personal questions about other people. That's all I ask.
So I can't ask you to rate certain people's boobies?
Oh no, I'll do that.
Okay.
I'll probably get in trouble for it, but I can do that.
When Sam was up here saying that like all Kurt would do is communicate by sending like 10 or 15 like memes at a time, I kind of want to now blow him up with like random booby memes like daily. And when he says anything to me, I'm just gonna send him more memes.
Kurt was a good guy, man. It was a shame how he got fucking ran out of the community by people.
by Nanya. So
Yeah, I
it
mean,
was stupid
he
and
did some.
ugly, man.
Yeah, I agree. But how many fucking panels did Nanya have about him? And
right?
yeah, he did some things, but like
He didn't do
not
anything.
worth
What did he
that,
do?
you know.
What did he do? He did nothing.
Yeah.
Well, I mean, he did say I did hear it. I heard him myself. He was paralyzed, but he obviously wasn't. And then I heard him say myself that he could not read the chat himself. He had to have it read to him. But then there were other times where he said he was by himself, but he was still typing in the chat. So there was shit like
Yeah.
that. But fucking having fucking 6 hours stream after stream after stream about him. Nah.
Yeah, they attacked him and they attacked his wife and they were downright fucking nasty, vile, and hostile to him, and that's why I
it's all they know how to do, man.
Yeah, that's why I was like, I don't
all you know how
I
to
don't
do.
care to be part of any of that like Nunya world shit.
All
man.
right.
It's negative. No thanks.
Oh yeah, I was trying to tell you how I pissed her off the other day. Okay, there's 2 Ambien. They're going down the hatch.
Nice.
Yeah, I think I got cut off when I was talking about that. Anyway, she had said that I was a liar, and somebody had sent me a screenshot about it, and I said something about it, and I didn't have it at the ready because I never do. And she's like, I never said that. I knew she did, and I didn't know what the context was, right? And the person that sent me that screenshot sends me screenshots a lot. So it was the fuck back like 2 weeks ago. So I went digging for it. I got a hold of her. I'm like, hey, can you find that? Help me find that, blah, blah, blah. And she did. And in the process, she found 2 of the screenshots that provided the context. And that's what I got first. So that's what I sent to Nanya first. And then I sent that to
Jenny
her
T, they
by
made that
DM.
they made that all up, Jenny
And
T.
then
The person that
and then
grifted for a
she said
wheelchair
that,
was Rolling Stoned. Go ahead, Bill.
she
Sorry.
said on here that she's like, don't send me any more screenshots. But because she knew that I was about to send her the exact one, and she was trying to lie and say she never said it. Yeah, and that's part of why I cut ties with Bobby Joe, was because she would want me to put her up on shit that I knew wasn't true.
Yeah, they try to do the same thing to me. Like Bobby Joe was like, "You're talking shit about Nunya in somebody else's chat, man," and I'm like, "What are you talking about?" And they confronted me, and I was like, "I probably did, you know. So what about it, you know?" And then
So what if you did?
I told them both to fuck off. You know, nobody's actually. I think I'm probably the only person that's told Nunya to fuck off to her face. So I should get some kind of a prize for that.
Oh, somebody's trying to come up. Hopefully, it's somebody trying to yell at us.
Good.
Hopefully, we see some boobies tonight.
Actually, there might be. I can't really tell what this little picture is. I don't know. I got a feeling that we're about to be helicoptered, but that's okay.
Yes, that's right, Smirk. Sabby did wish death upon me.
I think is that JFK?
Shut up. AFCC.
It's FDKKK.
How's your girl doing?
Which one?
Jen A.
She's a little sour tonight, if you know what I mean.
Yeah, she needs to go take a shower.
Pretty much.
Hey, JFK, why'd you run away earlier? No comment?
Oh, you're talking to me?
Yeah, JFK, I'm talking to you, bro. Why'd you run away earlier?
I don't know why you're calling me JFK. I'm AJS.
Sure.
I thought you were OTR.
Is that supposed to be a dress and drag joke?
OT.
Yeah, you better fucking mute yourself.
Jesus Christ, dude.
Uh-oh, there's Ghost Kitty.
There's who?
It won't let me near it. Ghost Kitty. Oh, I'm in the shadow.
Bro,
They usually don't let me get this close because they're kind of wild.
Damn, Bill. Look at the little babies, man.
Yeah, I'm gonna start renting them out because I'm having a hard time getting rid of them.
Got to get him
You
fixed,
know,
dude.
sometimes you just want to. You don't really want a pet, but you want to look cool for the lady, so you can rent a cat.
Can you turn the box over for them? Like, can
Look
you
at the-
imagine not having a roof?
They moved
That's
it
true.
actually. They're fine.
They could teach us a lot about coexisting, like black and white cats that are just like they
Yeah.
don't see color.
At
They're
least give
just
them like a
hanging
plastic
out.
There's
bag.
there's Stunt Kitty.
Oh my
Give
god,
them
they're
a
cute.
give them a plastic bag.
Give them a plastic.
Squeeze their head and pop it like a giant zit.
Ooh, yawning. He's tired. It's late.
Yeah. If anybody wants a fucking cat, just send me a self-addressed stamped envelope, and I'll be happy to stuff one in and mail it back to you. Some assembly may be required.
Jay Silly makes a valid point. Not a single brown or orange cat. What do you have against Hispanics and gingers? Is there like an issue?
Well, there's no orange cats strictly because they're easier targets to see. And we don't like brown cats because they remind us of Mexicans. How about that?
Facts.
Wow, that's racist.
And Mark. Oh, never mind. No, Mark. Smirk wants to know why you decoy for OTF.
Soft docs. Go ahead.
Why do I decoy for who?
OTF.
I don't. The only time I decoyed was for myself.
Well, Smirk says you do, so it must be true.
Okay, sure. All right. Yeah, of course. Everything everyone says here is true. No one lies around here.
I mean,
This
Smirk never
OTF
led
this
me around
OTF
before.
thing is weird, man. Like, why do people even care about this OTF person? It's so like they're like we have to make sure that the community is kept clean and pure and has a good reputation, so we can't allow any catchers in that are not professional. What the fuck is that
Yeah,
all
that's something
about?
else. Like I keep seeing shit and hearing shit about OTF, but I don't know what the story is. What is it they have? I don't even know who they are.
You're better off.
Yeah, it's not. It's
okay. I'll take your word for it.
Here today, gone tomorrow.
Yeah, Jay Silly, why are you no, not Jay Silly, but Mark, why are you so sensitive right now?
I ain't sensitive. What are you talking about, dude?
Yeah, you're kind of acting like I fucking
I'm having a chill
you a
time. No, I'm just saying the only person I've ever decoyed for was for myself. I've never worked with any catchers or anything.
Well, you worked with Jonathan Robbins at one point, right?
I caught him on Discord. Yeah.
I thought he was a catcher.
No, he was the one that I caught on Discord.
I can't complete this joke. This is I'll get fucking.
I mean, if you keep talking about him, though, he's like the fucking Wicked Witch of the West. He'll fucking show up out of the blue.
Jay Silly is using heavy acronyms, and people are having a hard time figuring out what he's saying. So, if Jay Silly can just spell everything out, that'd be helpful.
Here we go.
Told you this was coming. All right, guys, it's been real. Have a good one.
Wow, why are you gonna run, pussy?
Why am I gonna run? Because he's just gonna talk nonsense, and it's a waste of time. And it's
He muted himself.
It's also only 11 o'clock, so I have plenty of time to still go out and drink. That's why I'm going out. So I've already stayed longer than I intended. So have fun with this fuckwad.
Wow. All right, beat. Run away, little bitch.
He has no receipts. That's why he ran. There was no. He never ever talked to me on Discord. I didn't even have a Discord.
What happened? What just happened?
He's a bitch. He ran.
Wow. Like a flock of seagulls.
Yeah, I don't even know what that means. It must be some sort of little Mexican joke or something.
It is. Yeah.
Okay, so FTK got ran off by Meow Meow got ran off by Jonathan, so by default that makes Jonathan tougher than FTK.
No.
But FTK came back. FTK came back.
I'm not tougher than anybody.
FTK took some Animal Fury and he logged back in. So
I don't take Animal Fury. I take Hyde. Animal Fury is for fucking pussies.
Whatever happened to the days when everybody just mainlined crack?
Well, I caught my coworker shooting up yesterday during work.
Oh shit!
Oh
Yeah,
shit!
he was hiding in a corner, and I'm like, "Bro, what are you doing?" And he turned around and he's like, taking a hit, and I'm like, "Taking a hit of what?" He's like, "Weed," as he has a cigarette in his mouth. I'm like, "You're not fucking smoking weed. I don't smell weed, and it doesn't smell like a cigarette over here either. So what are you taking a hit of?" He's like, "Weed." Like, yo, fucking okay. Smoking crack over there in the corner, shooting up.
was he shooting up or was he hitting a crack pipe?
Both.
Oh, Jesus.
He does both at the same time.
What the fuck?
Are you serious,
man.
dude? That's crazy.
That's.
I mean, when you're working. If you're not working,
Yeah, dude.
have
And
at it. But
it's not like if it was like cocaine, like I could understand it because like of what we do for work. But it's like the dude fucking nods off while he's walking.
yeah,
Like something else, then maybe.
Hey man, I snorted lots of weed back in my day.
Sounds like more like fentanyl.
Yeah, I shot up weed once.
I faint from needles, so I've never ever tried.
Smelled like burnt plastic, which I don't know what crack
That's-
smells like, but I can assume that's what crack smells like.
Yeah, that's meth.
And then he pulled his sleeve down after. So
He did.
I feel like teabagging a nutsack. I feel like teabagging a mousetrap all of a sudden. I don't know why.
well, your cats are right there. So
This conversation got interesting.
I think it got interesting as soon as Mark ran away, honestly.
Wow,
So, Jonathan, I have a question for you.
go for it.
Why did you garner so much? I guess hostility or negative attention when you came into the community. Like, I really never understood the whole thing with you. But by the time I started paying attention, like people were clearly trying to paint a particular portrait about you and the kind of person that you were.
Because I think I'm more liberal than most people in this community in a lot of ways. Are much more to the left. So
How about we start back from the beginning? Let's rehash from the beginning because that's definitely not why.
But no,
I'm just gonna be blunt here. I'm pretty sure it's because you suck dick, man.
well, I can't deny that. But
Oh Jesus Christ! What it really came down to?
I wasn't talking to you, Jonathan.
oh,
FCC. I know
Ambien, love it. Go ahead.
Go ahead, Bill. Go ahead. I'll let you finish.
No, I'm saying Ambien, love it. Go ahead. You have the floor.
Okay. FCC, I know you're in the boys server or whatever was going on in there and all that stuff. So I know you know what's going on, right?
But
yeah,
really.
Don't answer. Don't answer.
I left before Cap, though.
Just
to
go
be
with
clear.
it.
Yeah. Okay. Go ahead.
So what it really comes down to is where the hate for him came from was him going after Alex and also trying to purchase or create what was it, an LLC or something for predator poachers?
yeah, but that's all. The stuff with Alex though was different.
That's the beginning.
I wouldn't call that the beginning.
Well, why don't you tell us in your own? Then tell us in your own words.
I mean, I didn't come into the
Jonathan, what was
community
that?
until years later after that.
Well, that was the
But
community.
no one would have known me really. So
What were you trying to do though?
Okay, but you still did it, right? I mean, and Alex is pretty well respected around here, so of course.
yeah, but it was
people are gonna
never.
be
I never
pissed off.
did it for nefarious reasons. That's what a lot of people have spun it as. But originally, it was never done for nefarious reasons. I had issues with. Now, I did have a lot of issues with Alex in the very beginning, but look at the way Alex used to catch back in the very beginning.
So you did it, and I'm trying to use your words here. You did it without nefarious reasons, but didn't like Alex. So
I didn't like the way Alex caught at times.
Right, but like it was all a joke.
It wasn't a joke necessarily either. I wanted Alex. Look at some of Alex's first catches, like what he did with Chuckles' father and stuff, like the pretending to be a lawyer.
I think that's fair game. Alex definitely like he's grown, and when he started, he did a lot of like weird, cringe, ableist, racist, homophobic shit.
That is why, and that I had an issue with a lot of that. Granted, I had no issues when he did, regular, normal catches, but Alex liked to.
How about just not watching it if it upsets you that bad?
Yeah, agreed, but also
liberalism comes in, right? Because like liberalism is, I don't like what you're doing, so you can't do it.
Yeah.
So I guess
Alex,
maybe he was right.
You got to remember, Alex is very young. If anything, I was trying to just show Alex a different viewpoint back then, and just like maybe show him how it was hurtful for some of the things he would say that had nothing to do with predators, like just because someone's like transgender or gay, that has nothing to do with being a predator or not being a predator. They have nothing to do with each other.
But you also see how like the world views have evolved since then, not just Alex, but like the world views.
Yeah.
And how it's become increasingly more so that mainly like trans and drag have been infiltrating children's spaces where they really shouldn't be.
Oh, first off, trans and drag are not the same thing. They're totally completely different.
I'm not grouping them together, but they are doing the same thing.
Most transgender people don't want to read to kids. They don't even want to they don't want anything to do. I mean, who
the fuck wants to read to kids?
Was trying to do was just open up culture. And nothing nefarious. That's the meaning behind it. I mean, plus
open up culture. My fucking 5-year-old does not need to know about fucking tranny culture.
Yeah, but why? But here's the other thing. Here's my question then. Why make laws against parents going to the library to have someone read to their kids? What's wrong with that? I don't see the issue.
When you say it like that, nothing.
Well, that's because that's exactly what they're doing, though. I don't see any other issue with it.
Why do they need to?
Oh my, no, that's
fancy dresses, frilly dresses.
Why can't they? If they want to read to kids, why can't they just go in regular clothes instead of having to dress in drag?
Right.
If their real point is to read to kids, why don't they just go in regular clothes? Why do they have to put on fucking makeup and fucking? As much as I love ball gags, they don't belong around a fucking 5-year-old.
They're not wearing ball gags when they go to those events.
Yeah.
There's nothing sexual about it.
No, I mean, I have no. Well, come on, Jonathan. Let's be real here. I mean, I have nothing against like drag queens or drag culture. I'm all for it, but we've all seen enough videos of drag shows, the drag libraries. I'm not even talking about the trans issue or gay issues. I'm talking about, drags, right? Drag queens or whatever, where there are young children that are exposed to like all kinds of shit. And I'm like, that's not okay.
Currently, the trans thing,
not, man.
The country at least is like a social contagion where I feel like teens going through the hardest point of their lives, and young teens, preteens going through the hardest point of their lives
they're changing, they are able to hide behind something that they are likely not, in dressing differently and acting differently to feel more comfortable and hide themselves as to who they are normally.
And my stance on that stuff is leave it up to, I'd say leave it up to their parents, the child, and medical professionals. Leave it up to them. But
it's a social contagion that it isn't like coming through their homes. Whereas where FCC, he's 50 years old, right? And
75.
He wouldn't have had he didn't have the internet and social media pushing this stuff into his face, right?
Okay, so
it can't be up to the parents at that point, because once these kids see this social contagion, much like doing the Harlem Shake in 2011, once they see this, they want to do it too.
Okay,
it normalizes it,
and states are passing laws to take the parents out of the equation, man.
So what about all the adults that have become out as trans and stuff?
That's different. They're adults.
Okay, but that's what I'm talking about mostly here. The kid part's a whole separate issue. Let's agree on that at least. That's a separate issue from just standard adults. I
don't give a fuck if an adult decides to live as the opposite sex. I mean, do I think it's possible that people are born in the wrong kind of body? Absolutely. Birth defects happen every day. But when a kid is 5 or 8, and sometimes if a little girl likes to play with boys' toys or a little boy likes to play with girls' toys, you put shit in their head constantly. Just like kids that believe in Santa Claus, there ain't no fucking Santa. You put shit in kids' heads, they start to believe it.
So what do you?
And most of the time, kill all the trannies.
Well, I think there's different issues. There's no one solution.
No, not really, but
because the problem is what we're doing is if we're only focused on the one negative aspect of it is that everyone's thinking that all transgender people are predators, and that's not true whatsoever. That's the stigma that's coming off from that.
Nobody's saying. I'm not.
They aren't all predators, but there's an awful lot of them that are.
There's an awful lot of predators in any sexuality or any.
There's a lot of single. There's a lot of
I tell you what,
that are predators too, heterosexuals. I'm like, come on now.
Absolutely,
that's a different thing.
But okay, but think about this. Let's say you have 10 stray dogs. You don't know a damn thing about them. 9 of them are Labradors, and 1 of them's a pit bull. Which dog are you going to let your 5-year-old play with?
Well, the stigma against pit bulls.
It ain't going to be the pit bull.
I mean, I'd be the opposite. I mean, labs are my favorite, but
no, I would let my kids play with the lab. Do you understand the point that I'm trying to make?
I get what you're saying, but the opposite end is that it's transphobic. It starts to discriminate. It causes people to start discriminating against the other side. It's people that all they want to do is just be left alone and live their lives.
Well, the fact of this thing that people are neglecting to talk about is, though it may not be focused, the public look of it may not be focused around sexualization, it is sexualization.
Well, but I think you're conflating drag queens again and transgender.
Well, I'm talking about transgender stuff right now.
Yeah. Well, so transgender, they're not out in public. They're not in your face about it most of the time. Most people don't even know. A lot of transgender.
We're not talking about the ones that don't. We're not talking about the ones that keep their shit to themselves. We're talking about the ones that want to be in drag in front of our kids.
Okay, transgender people don't do drag,
but that's not a trans issue. That's a drag issue. That's different.
Drag issue. Drag is just
either way. They
I
both
think
apply.
It's important to we can't conflate all of these things together. They're actually quite separate. But I think the overarching issue here is we have to protect our kids from this stuff because children are young, their brains are malleable, and they are not designed to be able to make sense of certain things, right? And so I think, wait until they turn 18 and then you want to do XYZ, go for it. But I think to start to integrate and think that it's appropriate for young people to be introduced to, literature or books in middle school that show them, that walk them through how to have like gay sex or push like trans stuff that early. Keep information from parents about the way that kids are identifying gender wise is all fucked up, dude. It's all fucked up.
Okay, so I think there's some. Okay, if that's what's really happening, I highly agree with you. If that's what's happening, yeah, that should never be pushed. But from what I understand, it's just a regular. It's mostly geared at younger, kids, and they're reading children's books.
It's a book called Genderqueer.
I doubt most of the two that I went to in Houston were of, they were reading like what's the big red dog's name? Clifford. A book called like one of the Clifford books. I mean, it just, if that's not what's happening, I'm against it. But
if they just want to read to kids, why do they have to do it in drag?
I don't know, but why do? So you know what drag is, right? Drag is just dressing up in the opposite sex. That's all it means.
Yes, so I know what drag is. Yes, okay. I know.
So that means then when you start making laws against it, that means then in a high school play, if someone dresses up, or Halloween, if someone dresses up as a girl, that's illegal. In Tennessee right now it is. Why are we making laws against shit like that?
I would have to look at the law itself because I don't know, but I do know how it looks like. See that your whole idea, when you call people transphobic, or at least but I can't speak for anybody else, but when you call me transphobic, your whole ideology is completely shot to hell because phobic meaning fear of. I'm not afraid of them.
No one's trying to.
I just don't.
I was calling your what you said a second ago transphobic, not you as a person.
I'm gonna stop and ask you a question.
Yeah.
Why did you go to 2 children drag show story time readings?
Just it was at the library. I was there.
Was this in Texas or Colorado?
This is in Texas. This was in Houston.
Oh, it was in Houston? That makes sense. All right, carry on.
Bill would kiss Colfax in drag. That is true, Karen Smith. I would indeed kiss Colfax in drag, but I wouldn't have my fucking kids there.
Right, and Bill's an adult, and Colfax is an adult, right?
Jesus Christ! I sucked one dick, and everybody all gets. You
should try it more often, Bill.
It wasn't even a big one.
Can we admit that this whole trans movement currently is a social contagion?
I disagree because how many trans people do you know?
Well, it's growing by the day.
No, people have always been trans. It's just people have become more comfortable with being themselves.
Well, there's different levels to it. There's like identifying as trans, and then there's actually having, your body manipulated, right, to better match with the way that you identify. And I think that's where it gets crazy when you have like young biologically females, like, having whatever their breast cut off, or young biological males having, it's fucking insane, dude.
Yeah.
Insane. Insane.
And like I said, there's a whole lot of science done behind it. I don't know what's the best route to go on that issue, and that's why I said leave it up to parents and medical professionals, because I don't want to take it.
Kids that are a lot of little kids, when they're little, want to be a girl, they want to be a boy when they're real little, but they eventually shape into whatever they're going to shape into. And if they happen to be trans when they're an adult, fine, they can do whatever the fuck they want. But doing fucking surgeries on kids and giving them hormone blockers and shit, And
Yeah,
the
that's
vast
fucking
majority,
terrible, man.
the vast majority of this shit is fucking parents that either want attention or they're using it as some kind of fashion statement or some kind of, oh, look at me, I've got a trans. You know what I mean? It's not really about the kids' well-being.
It's not at all. Not at all. It's really like you think about going through puberty. Like there's so many different factors going around it. Your entire body is growing, your chemicals, hormones, they're all changing. You feel uncomfortable the entire time. And again, this is like what I'm saying. Teens, young teens, preteens, this is where it's a social contagion because they see that they can hide behind something that they're not.
Right.
And act a certain way that they wouldn't normally act because they feel uncomfortable with themselves. And when you know kids, which I've worked with kids for the last 13 years, like when you know kids, you know that they act a different way when they feel uncomfortable. They want to hide behind something. The class clown, right? The class clown in school, they act that way because they feel uncomfortable or they feel like they are
sure. Or the bully, right? The class bully, same thing.
They act that way because they're hiding something.
Yeah.
So this is the new social contagion of that. Trans, you get to hide behind makeup, you get to hide behind a dress, you get to hide behind a whole separate identity. I'm not talking about this for adults, really.
So FTK, real quick. So this is for Jonathan. Jonathan, how many, like, you should know this, you're in the community, what percentage of people detransition because they are not comfortable with what they have transitioned to and then they've ruined their own body?
As 0.002%
it's more than 5%. It's more than 5%.
Only 25% of people that. So you're saying the 45%?
No, the people that choose to transition and then they say, "Oh, I might have made a mistake, and then I want to go back to this," but they've already been on hormones for X amount of years, whatever it is, and then they've already ruined their body. What did they do then? Because they're never going to be the same. Once you start changing your hormones and your intakes, your body is different forever.
I could talk very deeply.
Where did you get that number, by the way?
From the internet. Where do you have any numbers or statistics or anything like? Yes, it came from the internet. But, have you done any research into the matter, Jonathan? At all, please.
I know
people. I have done a little bit.
Over the last 10 years when they really started pushing this shit and now these kids are becoming adults, I don't have the numbers, but there's an awful lot of them that are completely miserable with their situation. They thought it would help them and it didn't. It actually made it worse. And I don't remember the numbers now, but they have an awful high suicide rate.
So transgender people have a higher suicide rate than non. And the people who do a double transition are even higher than them. And I don't have a percentage or a number to put on that, but it's even higher than that. And that tells you that there's a problem right there.
Let me give you like a little rundown on that. When you change your hormones, you're using exogenous hormones that you're taking from a medicine to put into your body. You are shutting down the way your hormones work within your body. The hormones that are created by your body, okay? High estrogen is extremely common when you shut down your natural testosterone production, or if you are a female biologically and use testosterone, you're going to end up having a higher estrogen to testosterone ratio, and high estrogen is linked to suicidal thoughts and tendencies. So when you're fucking around with your hormones, playing around with this shit, it's typically because you have a higher amount of estrogen, which falls into both biological male and female when they decide to use or cut off testosterone.
So the statistics that I'm getting online right now are saying 0.47%.
0.47%. What was the date of that study?
2022.
Oh, I was going to bring something up to you I kind of guess rebuke a point that you
You
brought up.
gotta
So,
you gotta watch who does the studies too, because the people that are making the money on this shit put out their studies. Their numbers are always way lower than
what I was going to
third party.
rebuke in the, I guess, an aspect that a question that you asked in reverse, Jonathan. I know a couple people that are trans. I don't go out of my way to drag them. They are definitely trans and they live the life they want to live. I know for a fact they don't go do drag queen story hour. They may go do their drag shows and they live their life as they want to. But I know 100% for a fact they can live their life like they want to and they don't involve their life around kids.
I'm not
So
saying
that's my ultimate
I'm not
statement.
preaching
But
that at all.
you are on my stream preaching for drag queen or drag queen story hour.
I'm telling you, I don't see the issue with reading a storybook to a kid.
Why? Why do these drag queens go out of their way to insert
not
themselves
going
into children's lives? Like, this is predatory shit. 101.
Until you show me where it's predatory by reading a book to a kid at a public library and
Jonathan,
I don't understand.
When you say it like that, it's not. But
do predators go out of their? Hold on. So FTK is up here. He can maybe speak on it. Do predators go out of their way to insert themselves into children's lives or no?
Yes.
There we go.
As an example, real life example right now that I just found out about tonight. There's a guy who is a convicted registered sex offender that got into working at a boys and girls club. His crime was against a 14 or 15-year-old child. That was 10 years ago. As of this past summer, working with children.
But Jonathan will say that was 10 years ago. He can change.
That didn't say that at all.
No, I said you will say it.
They're not. Most drag queens do not have any history of ever touching a child.
So he didn't mention the word. No, so you're not listening. He didn't mention the word drag queen one time.
Then what was the point of?
He was still going. I cut him off.
Okay.
Predators.
We'll have to agree to disagree on this. I mean, I've debated this multiple times with multiple people on this panel before, and I don't see either of us changing our opinions on some of this. So let's just leave it as it is. I mean, there's no point in rehashing all this out again.
Do you, Jonathan, do you see the concern that so many of us have? Like, we're not talking about like adult issues and adult choices and what adults want to do, but we are talking about the harm and exposure to children.
So,
especially like in this community, do you see that connection and why so many alarm bells are being raised?
I'm also going to drop down because FTK and FCC, I think you two have been handling this, and I think I have too much rage and energy for this and put too much heart into it. But I do hope you all have a great night, and I'm going to drop down now.
Did you see what PatCon? See, this is what PatCon said is not true, and that's what I have a problem with.
Let me look at it real quick, Jonathan.
All right. Thanks, Chuck.
Are you talking about his most recent one?
Yeah, although the LGBT community makes up less than 4%, they commit over half the sexual crimes. That's not
I don't have the statistics on that, but no matter who you are, Jonathan, I do wish that you all have a great night. I'm not saying that you're a bad person. I just wish that everybody has a great night, and I'm going to drop down now.
You as well, Tech.
All right, Tech.
Take care,
that's,
guys.
that's a fake statistic. That's
I know it is. It's,
yeah,
that's what.
So let me ask you this, Jonathan. Now these fucking psychotic parents, they're taking little kids into fucking drag shows now and letting them tuck bucks. Do you think that's okay?
What touch? Okay, there shouldn't be any touch. Like I said, I've never seen any of that. If that's happening, I'm against it, of course.
Oh, it's happening. It's happening.
Okay, well, I would want to see proof of some of that, but if that's happening, yeah, I'm totally against it. But as the way I know it and the way, as I've explained before, it's just somebody reading a book dressed in as the opposite sex. I don't see an issue with reading a book to a kid. I just don't. At a public library with their parents there. I don't. So if there's other inappropriate things happening, show me and I will agree with you.
My son showed me off to show and tell because I was a bounty hunter. Little kids that firefighters come to schools to show off their firefighters. and let kids learn about them. Same thing with cops. They come in to show up that they're cops and let kids learn about them. You don't think that the cross-dressers are doing the same thing?
So what's the difference between like a school play and kids going to like a play and seeing that someone dressed up as the opposite sex and a drag queen being dressed up in the opposite sex? What's the difference?
You don't see the difference between somebody that's following a script and people that are
Jonathan,
in there
that's a
trying to have
weak argument.
kids sit in there.
I know,
Listen.
but they're both following a script. Reading a book is following a script, is it not?
No, it's not.
Jonathan, have you seen what these like drag show story hours look like? You seen what happens in them? This is not people. Yeah, you've seen it. You know, come on, you're playing stupid now.
I've been to 2 of them. That's it.
Yeah,
inside
come
of
on, dude.
bases, basically.
That's serious.
There's no reason someone in skin tight clothing, like fucking pleather or leather, should be fucking almost grinding up on a kid's face.
Yeah, or a man dressed as a woman with a bulging
I've
fucking
never
cock.
seen any evidence of such a thing.
Oh, Jonathan.
Show me, guys. Show me, please. I'm open-minded here. Show me what you're showing. What you're talking about.
You're trolling us now, man.
I'm really not, guys. Show me.
You are.
I'm really not, guys. But anyways, like I said, I think this issue should stop being debated because we're never going to change each other's minds right now unless I see some evidence.
So the issue of what we're initially talking about, let's go back to that. So you were talking about the beginning of you coming into the community and stuff. That was based off of Alex, correct?
No, that was most of me coming into the.
Shit.
Initially with Alex, yes, but I didn't actually come on panels and stuff until 4 years later. And that was mostly due with Tommy.
That's what it is, though. It's the beginning of you.
Hang on.
Issue was with Alex, and that's the beginning. That's either correct or incorrect.
Oh, hang on.
Hey, not to cut anybody off, but does anybody know like the actual details about Bupak dying?
I don't think any of us will unless someone talks to his family. So I'd rather just not speak on it.
Yeah, wait for official word.
So I mean, somebody apparently, allegedly, found out that he's no longer with us.
Allegedly,
but yeah, you're right. I don't want to.
I mean,
I don't want to start anything either.
So it started with Alex. You didn't like Alex because of what he said about certain people, specifically being trans.
Not just correct. That was part of it. Yes, that was some of it. That was lots of things. It wasn't just trans. What he said about gays. I can tell you one good example was when he said that a gay guy had touched a tablet at Walmart, and he's like, "Oh, I'm going to get HIV off this. Oh, no one touch any of these. We're all going to get HIV and shit." I mean, that's just fucked up and wrong to say to 100,000.
Well, I mean, what if it was a crack addict and he said, "Oh, I don't want to touch this. I might OD on fentanyl." Is that fucked up?
Well, that's actually a true risk.
But it might not be, right?
Fentanyl is possible, I believe, to transfer like that. Yes.
Right.
So there's a difference. That's a true risk.
If there's a bodily fluid on the tablet, right, and he touches it and then he rubs his eye, is that a true risk?
No, not with HIV.
That's not a true risk.
HIV has to be blood, and it can't live outside the body for very long.
HIV is only blood?
In order to get it, it has to be in like a cut or something. Yes.
I think this is a good example here. Go stick with me here. So you had an issue with Alex when he was starting out catching, right? Because Alex was making poor decisions, right? He was clearly saying things that could be considered to be discriminatory or racist, ableist, homophobic, right? And Alex was like in his early 20s, right?
No, he was like 19.
Yeah, because you know what? His prefrontal cortex was not yet fully developed. And so when we are talking about exposing children to all of these crazy ideas and notions, we are saying the same thing because they are not yet ready to be able to make these full-fledged decisions about what gender they are, right? Because they're just not.
FCC.
Again, whatever medical people want to, whatever psychologists and doctors want to
And I want to
on
give the
something with it.
prefrontal cortex shout out to Rami. Go ahead.
Wow, all right, you just ruined it. So
Sorry,
fuck.
FTK.
So the other thing I had issues with Alex was some of this catch stuff too. He would make up like evidence-wise and initially, and
Yeah,
I
because his brain was not yet fully like formed to be able to do like make logical decisions, right?
Right, but you asked me what I had issues with Alex. That's why.
Can you give
How do you know Alex was making up evidence?
I have receipts that I can show you if you really want to see.
Yep, I do.
Yeah, give me a second.
Yeah.
Pull it up when I get into my drive.
Like, again, I'm not gonna defend it if this is true, hypothetically speaking. I'm not gonna defend it. However, what FCC said is also rings true. Is an 18, 19-year-old is not gonna make or have the same decision-making skills as a 25-year-old or a 26-year-old.
Yep, agreed. But he's still,
Jonathan, you can't be doing this, my guy.
Agreed. No, I mean, so what's wrong with me if he's doing that? What's wrong with me not agreeing with him in the beginning?
Because his brain is not fully developed.
So you want to give him a pass though for going out and trying to and doing catches.
Yeah, he's making
May
mistakes.
not always be 100% true.
He's making mistakes, and he's gotten better as he's
Oh,
grown.
agreed,
As
100%. He's way better.
As
way
his
more
brain
mature.
is like formed, his prefrontal cortex is now fully developed.
I, as a 26-year-old, also made the mistake of telling my first catch that next time I caught him, it was going to be cameras off. Right? There's a mistake. I made a mistake. I was 26.
Still making mistakes, right? Even at 26, right? Yeah.
Someone can make a mistake. But let's also notate that back in that time, which was what, 2019, Jonathan?
2019, 2020. Yeah, no, it was all 2019. 2019, 2018.
That is when catching on the internet took a mainstream hit, and all of a sudden clickbait titles, exaggerating things happened. I mean, look at Rami. Pop Squad exaggerated shit. Ghost exaggerated shit.
Yeah.
They
But see,
all
Ghost
did.
I always felt Ghost was on did it the right way for the most part. I mean, I always thought Ghost was pretty decent. My other favorite one from back then would be Ghost, and then not Romley. Who was the other one? Was it Predator Poachers Massachusetts or something?
Well, then you're talking about like 2020.
Oh yeah, but I watched for a couple of years. So,
when you say the right way, what exactly do you mean?
Not pretending to be a lawyer to the person to the predator afterwards, trying to like pretend to be their lawyer to help them, or hitting on their
He did that to the predator?
No, he did that to the predator. Well,
somebody
yeah,
else?
to the predator and the predator's daughter, who was innocent, and that person is Chuckles.
Okay, you can make the argument that that's fucked up, but what does it have to do with the actual catch?
It doesn't, but there's a certain moral line. You don't go after what? Why would you go after his daughter?
What about the catch did he do wrong?
For that specific one, nothing. I had no problem. I had a problem with him going after the daughter of the predator. She was innocent.
I don't think that messing around with their family members like that is cool either. But you said that his catches were fucked up.
Well, the only thing I had wrong with what he would. I mean, it's all the you don't. Once you catch someone and you turn them into the police and stuff, I mean, going to pretend you're a lawyer, you're destroying the case.
Okay, pause. PatCon, yeah, pretty fucking weird, huh? Pretty fucking weird. And he didn't call him out. Pretty fucking weird.
Did you see that, FTK? That's a pretty spot on comment by PatCon for
but
once.
Ghost doesn't do drama, so.
Well, Ghost didn't do drama. Not like recently. Ghost got more dramatic recently, I would say, in the more recent years, not initially.
Can you find that?
Yeah, I found it. I just hang on. I'm making sure there's nothing personal on here that's gonna get me in trouble.
I mean, we know it.
By boxing Alex.
Jeff knows your name and your phone number, so I mean.
Hang on.
Yeah, I mean, Ghost could have exposed Adam 22, and he chose not to. That would have been a good one. Interesting.
Really?
He wouldn't have
Interesting.
person to though. There was another. That was the second predator catching group that Adam 22 decided to have up. The first one confronted him about that shit.
I remember that. Yeah, but Ghost, they probably told him that like you can't ask this stuff. I'm sure it was all in the agreement, you know.
Dude, no one's gonna bring that up to a catcher. That's just gonna make someone want to do it more.
I may need to send this to you guys privately because there's some stuff on here that I don't know if we want to put out about Alex. Like his phone number.
It's not his phone number.
Yeah. Don't dox him.
I don't want to dox him. I mean, I'll send it to you guys privately right this minute if you want. Or I don't want I don't want to edit it because then I'll get accused of modifying it.
Well,
you guys have an email you can
I
send
don't
me.
know how you would send
I'll
it.
send it to you right now.
I really don't want you to have my shit.
Okay, well, here, hang on. Let me just.
I mean, it's all out there anyway, really, but.
Okay, that's true. I don't even think he has this number anymore, but I'm not 100% sure. Hang on.
I have Alex's phone number anyway, so.
Okay.
I have his address.
No, his address is not on here. Oh, his email address is, but I think that's pretty well known.
I was just saying.
Okay, let me just share it. Hang on.
Yeah, Eric Kuknevsky, he went to his house and I saw it. So.
Oh, I remember that.
All right, it's shared.
But that's where it kind of like started with you in the community is with Alex. And that was kind of like the point of what we were talking about. And then the next thing was Tommy, right?
Yeah, well,
and
Tommy
we were around before. Do you know who Pop Squad is?
Pop Squad.
All right, I'll take that as a no because you'd know immediately.
Even if I know who it is.
Yeah, even you would have had a bigger issue with Pop Squad than you ever did with Alex.
Yeah, I don't remember Pop Squad at all. Who was the other one though? That
was Nito or whatever the fuck his name was. I didn't like that guy.
Nito used to go around saying that homosexuals were criminals because they were gay. He used to say that gays deserve to die. Like,
yeah, no, I would have
he
had a
said
problem.
some crazy ass shit. I don't even agree with it. He got to
pretty extreme.
He also sold heroin to kids.
Oh fuck.
Yeah, we don't even want to start talking about Tiberio. That's crazy.
So do you see my screen?
Jilly, Nito definitely took some dick in prison.
Jonathan, do you know who Tiberio is?
Nito is a total bottom. You can tell.
Jonathan?
Yeah, I'm still here.
Do you know who Tiberio is?
I'm not good with names, guys, so
yeah. Well,
I don't think I know off the top of my head.
You got some catching up to do. He should definitely be on your list.
Well, I mean, I don't have that much time to actively like go back and look for all that, but yeah, but I was just saying, there's my receipt. If you haven't seen it or not, just let me know so I can end the sharing.
I don't see shit.
You don't see it?
Am I supposed to be sharing the?
Oh,
hold on. I didn't. I thought you were doing it privately, so I didn't hear. There you go. No.
There's no doxing.
No, you should have it.
Yeah.
All right.
Well, there's no doxing that's not already known.
All right. My screen's really small, and I'm really stupid, so somebody's gonna have to read it to me.
Oh, this was 2019. I'll read it.
My screen's too small. I can't.
So I'll read it to you. This is the letter he sent to San Jacinto Immediate School after he supposedly had caught a teacher named Spencer Morris. It was one of his catches. And it says, "Dear management at San Jacinto Immediate School, it's Alex Rosen who sent you the video with Spencer Morris in it. I own the YouTube channel Predator Poachers. Any allegations made against him in the video are coming from me and my channel are false. I apologize for all this. If you have any more questions, contact me through this email and then I'm not going to show you the next line because that's his phone number.
Email me that.
Okay, can you put your email in private chat?
You have it. You already have it.
Oh, well, you're FTK then, right?
Yes.
Okay. Okay.
And it's he uses Proton Mail, FYI.
No, he has my Gmail.
We
and his pronouns are sexy bitch.
To just go on a little offshoot real quick. Audrey Jewett Snow, aka Andrew Robinson, became trans at 39 years old, which always an extremely feminine male, extremely. So I'm not surprised, but it happened right after Andrew got arrested for CP. So if we're using AJ Robinson as an example of the whole trans predator thing, it's not a good example. Well, it is a good example, but it's not for the other side's argument. Oh, did I dox?
Right.
Sorry.
All right, it's on its way, FTK.
Does it take like 3 business days or?
No, you should get it any minute.
Okay. I was just checking. I didn't know if you were sending it via snail mail or email.
No, I sent it to your email address. I found it.
But it shows that there's something actually wrong with the actual catch.
Yeah. He made up the chat logs supposedly or something like that.
Supposedly.
I mean, again, look, I don't want to bash Alex because I don't think Alex is a bad catcher. I think he's grown a ton. But initially, you guys asked me what I had issues with in the beginning, and that's what I had issues with stuff like that.
But you said that he made shit up or whatever.
That's what the screenshot. That's what I
That's
just
what
read.
Yeah. Okay.
You guys hear that?
Oh, that's my phone.
You hear the coyotes?
Oh no, I don't hear the coyotes.
Oh, there they are. I hear them now.
Get your
These
email.
coyotes are right by my house.
I got an email from Steve Wilkos.
Oh, FTK, maybe this isn't your email address because it bounced back.
We have an email thread.
We do, but it came back. Hang on.
Yeah, if you ever get invited on a show like that, dude, I didn't live too far from Chicago, and I got invited to go into the Jerry Springer show. Hell no.
We're in he's in Connecticut, so
not Jerry Springer. God damn it. Fuck, who was it? No, what was Jerry Springer? Right? Because he used to be in Chicago, like in the early 90s or mid 90s.
I have no idea. I know Steve Wilkos used to be in Chicago.
Yeah. No, Jerry Springer was in Chicago in the mid 90s. I'm 90% sure it was Jerry Springer.
They're all in the same studio. So.
Didn't Steve Wilkos start out with Jerry Springer?
Yeah.
Wasn't he Jerry Springer's security guard?
Yeah.
I'm 90% sure it was Jerry Springer. Anyway, one of them, but yeah, there's no fucking way.
And did you get it, by the way, FTK?
Let me look. I did.
Okay, cool.
If Jerry Springer was never out of Chicago, then I got my fucking show wrong. But I'm pretty sure it was Jerry Springer.
Where did he catch him at?
A middle school, supposedly.
No, like where? What state?
Texas. This is all Texas.
Oh shit! Hey, I didn't see that. Thank you very much, Bill Evans.
How did you get this?
I didn't see that. Phil.
I asked the school for it after I heard it all got dropped.
Who is
Dominique? I just saw your message too.
Who was the one that was caught?
His name was Spencer.
Yeah, I'm trying to add you, dude. It's just not letting me. There we go.
It's weird because like it explicitly says has a confidentiality notice in it, right?
Yeah. I don't know. The email was forwarded to me, so
it explicitly says any review.
Hold on. So I have a question. So you emailed that school, and then they sent you the chat logs directly back?
No, this came from the person, it says.
Yeah.
From Spencer.
I called Spencer at the school, yes.
So he definitely worked for the school?
Yeah, well, yeah. I mean, I think I might have the actual catch. Hang on.
No, that's not what I'm worried about. I just had other questions. Nothing was really connecting to it. I really wanted to go to bed, but just I was getting mad again. So he did or he does work for a school up to some point, right?
He resigned, I guess, after that catch, but shortly after that catch, and
was it why did he resign?
Yeah,
you had messages with him.
Did nothing wrong.
I had messages with him after Alex had said that nothing was going to happen.
He wouldn't resign.
Where did the catch take place?
In Houston.
Doesn't Alex always say, like, even to this day, that nothing ever happens in Houston because the DA sucks?
I disagree. And it wasn't in the city of Houston.
I've never been to Houston in my life, so I can't speak or state on it, but I'm just going off of what I've heard from him saying.
24 hours ago, Alex said exactly that. He will never do a catch in Houston ever again.
Okay, well, I think it's in the suburbs. I don't know. It's either Pasadena. It's either in Pasadena and Galveston County, which Galveston County is definitely.
Oh, wait, isn't Pasadena in fucking California?
No, Pasadena, Texas.
Oh my goodness, I'm stupid.
Which is a suburb of Houston. Or it was Houston. I don't remember exactly what their boundary is. This was 4 years ago, guys.
Yeah, according to this, the date on it is July 5th, 2019.
Yeah,
but it comes before June 27th, 2019. I feel like I remember Alex talking about this, but not that it was fake. If I remember correctly, he said something about him doing this to save his own ass.
Alex did?
Yeah.
No, because I think what happened is Alex, if I remember right, Alex jumped the gun and went and found the predator before he ever did talk sexual or anything at a restaurant. This is like one of Alex's first catches.
That could be completely true, Jonathan. But I do have further questions. So why did you file anything to try to get predator poachers in your name?
Because originally I was trying to work with Alex, so I was trying to help him.
When was that? Because I can go look at it, but what was the date that you would assume? I can definitely go look at it.
Sometime in 2019.
Was that roughly about that same time?
No, it was, I think, further. It was probably closer to Christmas.
So,
I don't remember, man.
I guess
I don't-
let's have you establish the timeline.
I
So
don't-
that horrible catch that you don't agree with happened at some point, and
was
then
one of
you
them.
reached out to him to work with him after the fact.
No, that was probably before. I don't remember the time.
Jonathan, you refiled.
Before or after?
No, you refiled at least twice. I can show you.
I filed it twice. I never filed it twice.
Are you saying that my memory is not telling me correctly? Because I can go look at it.
I mean, we can go pull it up at the Texas Secretary of State right now.
No, it's completely on a truth finder. I can,
find
but
it when I can go pull it up from the direct
I
source?
don't want to have to go do that to have to prevent doxing you. But if you don't want to take my word for it, then don't.
I don't.
But
do
I
take
promise
your
that
word for it. I only did it.
But
I
you did
know
it at
I only
least
did it
twice.
once.
So you filed
did
it
it
once,
once.
and then you did it again.
No, I didn't.
For
There's no
what-
way in hell.
You just said twice.
No, I said once.
You just said twice.
You told me twice.
No, I told you 3 times, and then you said twice.
No, I said once. I've only filed it ever once. I don't know.
Am I stupid, people?
Yes, you are stupid, but you are also right about this.
So I gave you the chance for 3 times, and then you said twice, and then you cut it down to once.
It was. Let's. You know what?
I only came back up here because I don't believe that you're telling the truth.
Okay. Well, it is what it is. So, if you want, go look at the
It
Texas
is what it
Secretary
is,
of
and
website.
only
That will
it
tell
is
you
only what it
exactly
can be. But I don't have to believe you. That doesn't make me right, and that doesn't make you right. But I can go look at it.
The Texas Secretary of State's website will make it. That will show 100% what
Oh
it
yeah,
is.
please share that link, and then I'll go do my independent research.
It's Texas.
Yeah, no, you
SOS.
share that link, and I will do my own independent research.
No, how about I go to the website right now on live?
Completely do that, and I'm still going to do my own independent research.
Okay, well, here's your link. It's a state agency.
Thank you. But I still do not believe you.
Okay, well, go
You-
do your own research. So it's hard to say you don't believe me if you haven't done your own
I
research.
will. Believe me, I will do my own research.
Cool.
But I still wish that you have a great night, and I'm going to do my own research.
I don't understand why we're still talking about all this. This makes no sense to me.
I
right now.
just came back up, and you're still up here, and you said this the last time I was up here. So you can keep going, but I'm going to drop down again and do my own research, just like you want me to. But Jonathan, have a great night. Mandingo, FTK, Bill, all of you guys have a great night.
Don't forget your nudes, bro. Make sure you send
My
them.
nudes.
Yeah, send them, please.
I don't even send my own girlfriend nudes.
Oh, I wasn't talking about your nudes.
Oh, just check your IG. I'll send you a lot.
Gotcha.
All right. I'm extra stupid because I took the Ambien. So I'm a little slower right now. But weren't you supposed to provide proof that Alex did something fake, like fake chat logs or some shit?
Already.
I mean,
I sent it to FTK.
Yeah, I wouldn't necessarily consider this proof, but in Alex's words, according to this email, he said, "Hey, stop that."
Well, you sent that to the oh, you must be talking to someone else.
Yeah, cat.
I'm sorry.
Don't do that again. I'll get the water out. So, Alex says in this, I gotta go pull it back up, that I own the YouTube channel Pedo Poachers. Any allegations made against him in the video or coming from me on my channel are false. I apologize for all this. If you have any more questions, contact me through this email or at. Drops a number. But that's sent to Why is that sent to a? That makes no sense. So let's talk about this, Jonathan, real quick. Please pull up that email for yourself.
Okay. What about it?
All right. So I'm not saying this is fake or anything, right? But I'm just looking at something that's very weird.
Okay.
It's sent to someone in the Pasadena ISD.
Yeah, because that's who that answers the question about where it was.
And then it's sent to someone at Hotmail, right?
Yeah, which I think that's one of them was the accused email address, I believe, and the other one was because he worked at that school. So the other one was Pasadena ISD would be the school district.
And then just look up above the confidentiality notice, and you see it says the law.com law firm, right?
Yeah, I saw that because it got forwarded, I believe.
Well, why was it sent from Hotmail? That's weird.
Because
Like,
Spencer sent it. Because I got it from Spencer ultimately. So he sent it to me.
If you have a domain, you would have an email address for said domain. Who, in their right mind, as a lawyer, as a professional, uses a fucking Hotmail account?
I can't speak to that, but a lot of lawyers use Google Gmail accounts too. But I mean,
it's just weird, right?
I don't know a lot of lawyers that have their own domains, honestly.
I know plenty of law firm domains.
Law firms, yes, but independent lawyers, not really.
It says it right there. They have a namelaw.com.
Okay, well, I mean, all I can say is Google it, see if that's the one that he advertises online or not. I don't know.
Yeah, it does.
Does it? I mean, I have no reason not to believe that he's not a lawyer.
It's just weird, right? Because like if you have a domain, you have an email associated with said domain.
Not always, but you could, yes. But you would also need a.
You always do when you have.
Dude, I do the IT stuff like that for a living. You don't necessarily get an email server with your domain that you could do. You have to pay for that, and that's normally separate. You can own a domain name and not attach it to anything.
How many professionals?
When you're just starting out, like me, as just a simple tech in the beginning, yeah, I used a Gmail account too. I mean,
yeah, that's one thing. The
domain name costs you like $11 a year versus a server email service is $30 to $40, if not more. Well, back then it would have probably been more because cloud wasn't as popular. So you're talking about a lot more money there. And at that point, and if you're struggling to get off the ground, you don't have the cash flow for that type of stuff.
Well, I'm getting, again, as far as I'm concerned, they're not really confirmed, but I've gotten some more messages that Upac passed away.
Oh,
I've not
really sorry to hear
seen anything other than messages, so that's not really confirmation as far as I'm concerned, but the people that are sending me the messages wouldn't be sending them to me if they didn't believe it was true.
Yeah, that's
so
sorry to hear that.
It's true, man. It sucks, and it probably is true, but we always kind of hold out for hope that it isn't.
Where it is, it had nothing to do with the catch.
Right.
And
what happened to him?
It
exactly.
was allegedly he was shot.
Just randomly, or
by the story
it's on.
Yes, it was it was essentially random. It likely involved some sort of alcohol from the shooter's side.
Mm-hmm.
Because no rational person would do that.
Yeah, sorry to hear that.
I guess it's on his Facebook. I follow him on Instagram, but I haven't looked to see if there's anything on there.
So go pop a tire tonight.
Yeah. Everybody should pop a tire in honor of Bupak.
I was thinking about on the next catch coming up, bringing a balloon filled with white paint, used motor oil, and sand.
Oh yeah, I know that trick. You try to wipe that shit off with glass and you're fucked.
Scratch up the glass, the white paint dries up, the motor oil makes it so it'll never come off.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, that's really unfortunate.
I think you really would have liked his catching style, Jonathan.
Who, which organization was he with? Or
he was with Bupak.
I don't think I've ever.
He's not exactly YouTube friendly, but he's fucking awesome.
Okay.
Wow, FCC, what a fucking bitch! Just fucking runs away like that. Are you scared, FCC?
He's just his California internet fucking up.
Yeah, I don't know if he. Don't leave me up here alone with this guy. Come on.
Well, Bill, I'll put you out of your misery and then leave.
All right, man.
Have a good
I don't
night,
know if Bupak had kids or what. I know. It's a damn shame either way.
Bill, I do hope though that you're doing better and things are going well.
I did way less drugs tonight than I had planned on.
No, that's a positive thing. Yeah, I know you don't like me very much, so I'll let you go.
All right, man. Later.
Bye.
Well, that sucks. Bupak's one of the few catchers that I never actually talked to. Crank it up to 11 and play a sick lick. Yeah. Well, I really don't know what else to say. Just pray for his family and do whatever it is you do in place of that if you don't pray. Him and you talk about Josh from DAP? He left with all the gay train. I don't blame you, Gila guy. I really don't. If it weren't a subject that pissed me off so much, I wouldn't have had it up here. But I just don't think that shit's right. They can try to justify all they want to, and I'm never gonna see their side. Jaron Benton. I don't know who that is. Bill, I just saw your gift a little while ago. Thank you very much, sir. Very much appreciated. All right, somebody wants to be heard.
Hey, what up, Bill?
Oh yeah, okay. The homo leaves and you come up. I see how it is.
Well, I wasn't digging the bar. I was listening in a little bit, but I couldn't really hear much because it was loud and I just wasn't feeling the vibe. So now you're stuck with me again.
Yeah.
Hey, at least you got company up tonight, right? Keep this strong.
Right. The ambience really starting to climb on top of me, so I'll probably shut this down.
I thought we were gonna get Jenny T to come on up.
Oh, is she?
Yeah,
Jenny T can come up.
Jenny T's been waiting to come on up.
Oh, I didn't know that. She hasn't been up here in a while.
Not now, please. What'd I do?
Well, oh, maybe. Yeah, you probably didn't hear. I guess it's confirmed that Bupak did die.
Oh, I didn't hear that.
So, yeah, people are kind of upset. So
the last I heard was that he got shot in the fast food place. I didn't hear that he passed, so my bad.
Yeah, that's cool, man. I figured that you didn't know, but I guess it's up on his Facebook page. So
I don't know. I know who he is, but I don't really exactly follow him. I don't follow mini catchers anymore. I just kind of watch random ones that I see on YouTube or whatever people show me. So I don't really follow him, but I know who he was. Obviously, it sucks. So my bad.
Yeah.
I'm just trying to have a good night tonight.
Yeah, a lot of people in the community didn't know who he was because he wasn't. At least to my knowledge, he wasn't on YouTube.
Do we know? Do we know how it happened? Well, obviously, how it happened. He got shot, but do we know why? Was it random or was it targeted? Do we know yet?
They were saying it was a random dude and alcohol might have been involved, but that's
yeah, that's the story of my life.
Secondhand information,
Yeah, I do a lot of shit with alcohol, so I mean, alcohol is definitely not a good thing. That's for sure. Let me say that.
Well, I mean, I know that, and I don't. This is gonna sound weird, but I know that there are people, that like they just don't have anybody they can talk to right now. So, if you guys want me to leave this up, if you're upset, I'll keep it. If one person wants me to keep it going, I will. But otherwise, I'm gonna shut it down. It was Oh, okay. Let me go find what Parker said. He got in a fight. Hold on. Let me go find it.
He got in a fight?
Yeah, I got it. Is there more to it than that? He got in a fight. Okay. He said, what happened? He bumped the guy and apologized, and the dude ran his mouth, got in a fight, got away, and came back and shot him 3 times. Probably some little fucking pussy that don't know how to fight.
Right.
Not that it's smart to fight, but that's like some John Davis bullshit.
Right.
There you go, Pat Con. Pat Con slashed his neighbor's tire in honor. I'm gonna have to slash my own tires. There ain't nobody else around.
Yeah, I'm gonna go burn my neighbor's house down in honor.
There you go.
This is not being recorded, right? No one heard that, right?
No, nobody heard it at all.
Okay, Yeah. Okay. Let's keep that on the down low. I didn't say that.
Yeah,
I'm
just
getting
because he
I'm
caught
getting
pedos doesn't make him an angel. That's true. We've got a lot of, and I'm not saying this about him, but we do have a lot of scumbag catchers, though.
Just because he caught pedos doesn't make him an angel. Oh yeah, Tommy's a fine example of that as well.
Yeah, there are a lot of bad examples,
Right.
but like I don't know the man. All I know is he caught predators in, I think, Detroit, and he liked to slice their tires, which I'm totally fine with that. It's just, it's not good when we're trying to stay alive on YouTube, you know.
I mean, my opinion is we all got our own fucking issues. Nobody's fucking perfect here. And if you want to try to claim you're perfect, then you're full of shit. Personally, no one's perfect here.
No.
Their own issues, but when it comes to death, like it's, not to sound like a fucking preacher or some shit, but death is never a good thing. That's not the answer to any problems, you know.
Yeah.
How old was he? Do you know? Curious.
He was what, like early 40s?
Still too young, but
Well, you didn't really see him. I mean, you could really. I don't. Man, actually, I don't know that I ever actually saw him.
I
The way he
haven't
holds
seen
the camera, but
you can kind of tell from his voice, with age
yeah,
idea, I guess.
yeah, that's kind of what I'm going on. But I could be totally wrong. All right, JFK, that's cool. At this point, fuck YouTube. Yeah, you're dead skunk. Yeah, you get a point, but as civilians,
YouTube's too big.
Exposure is,
YouTube's grow to the point where they just don't give a fuck about anyone. They're just gonna keep doing their own thing. They don't really care who they delete or what happens. You know, you got channels like John Davis that keeps fucking around and they won't even delete his bullshit. You know, they just do what they want. And they're too big to give any fucks about anyone.
You thought 30s. It could be, guys. I'm just kind of going on what little I know. So it could be. I have no idea. I'm just gonna say I don't know.
I was thinking late 30s, early 40s, personally, but like I said, I don't know either. That was just a guess. You get the idea.
Yeah.
When you watch someone long enough, or you talk to them, you get an idea of their age without asking. And it's like,
that's kind of what I was going on.
Yeah, it's just like meeting a woman at a bar. Typically, you can guesstimate her age without asking. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
37. That sounds about right. Still too young.
I know. If anybody wants to, like, I really don't know a whole lot about the guy, so I can't, give a eulogy or anything. But if anybody wants to come up and say anything, you're more than welcome. Grab a link.
If you want to come up and speak and you don't like me either, you can tell me to go and I'll go too. If that's
yeah, I'll kick this motherfucker off right now.
I have zero problems with fucking leaving. I don't care what people think about me personally. Just tell me to my face. You
Yeah.
You could tell me to my face that you hate me, and I still don't hate you. I actually probably have more respect from you for being honest. Don't be bullshit. Just tell me how it is. Oh, Jenny's out. Good night, Jenny.
Good night, Jenny.
Oh, tech, we're cool, man. I have no problems with tech. I actually like tech. If I was gonna call a person online a friend, I would definitely call Tech a friend, but I don't call anyone online a friend because I don't fucking know anyone online, and I don't know any of you fuckers at the end of the day. You know what I mean?
Right.
We all associates up in here is what we are, but I have no beef about
Right.
Tech. Tech is cool in my book. Don't care. I get it. Trust me, dude.
To me, the way I
Actually,
look at Tech is he's like the little brother I never had but never wanted anyway.
Tech, I think I've said this before, and you know what I mean by this, but I appreciate your help for what you did with the situation, and you know what that is, and I'm not going to continue on about it, but I do appreciate your help with the whole situation. So, there, I said it. Tech, help me find my missing earbuds on a dirt road in Mexico by wishing me luck.
Hey, if it works, it works.
No, Tech's a good guy. He sounded angry earlier.
Well, I mean,
I was on my phone in the bar trying to listen in at least, and it kept cutting out. But I heard like most of it, to the most part. That's true. He is fair.
Yeah. My issues with, and I'm cool with him, and all that, but there was some shit a long time ago that I'm over, and I think he was kind of manipulated into, well, not kind of, he was definitely manipulated into doing some shit, that wasn't cool, but
Life's too short. That's and it goes with people when people talk about the same shit for months on months end. Like that gets fucking old. Like if you got a beef, you can talk about it for maybe a week, maybe 2 weeks, and let it fucking go. Life's too short to fucking keep talking about the same shit day after day after day. You got people like JD that want to reshare this, and Vic too. They both want to reshare the same video or same audio recording. It's just like we've heard this 50 times. Like, when are you gonna let it go? Like, when you get a life of your own and fucking just move on? Like it gets ridiculous to some point. That's all I'm saying.
Tech, Gila thinks that you have him blocked because he cannot see you. I'm just delivering the message.
Hey Meow, I have Cheech and Chong infused THC beer tonight. I mean, I would try it. I'm not really a beer person, but I would definitely try it.
Well, Tech, can you see Gila's messages? Okay, here, I'll show it to you. Tech says that he doesn't have you blocked there, Gila guy. I don't know. I have no idea what's going on. You blocked Kobe? I mean, yeah, he's annoying, but not really block worthy. Cheech and Chong beer. Oh, I hate all beer. I take a sip of beer and I get sick.
I think I would need some liquor to like chase it with, or maybe some Jack and Coke or something, or a Coke.
Gila has Dominique blocked? Why would anybody block Dominique?
$20 for 4 cans? Holy fuck! You get shots for $5 a pop.
And Dean is live. Something's going on here. What's going on, Dean? I haven't seen you around in a while.
Dominique blocks me everywhere.
There was more Cuddy onto ambient. Oh, my brain got all fired up. I'm usually more mellow, but stuff with Jonathan got my brain fired up, and then
well, why do you think
finding out about Bupak did too. My body feels like it's asleep though.
Why do you think I dipped? I could barely hear it. You know, I caught most of it, but I mean, yeah.
Well, Dominique, Gila says he doesn't have you blocked either. Something, I don't know. YouTube's weird. Like, I know that I'm shadow banned because it seems like only about a third of the people that want notifications get them.
I get them all the time.
And then people are and I've seen other channel owners say it too, that they get unsubscribed for no apparent reason. And sometimes if you unsubscribe, then resubscribe and turn the notifications on again, then you'll start getting them. No, you didn't, Mandingo. I know that anytime somebody blocks you, you take it very personally and you sulk about it for weeks. Oh man, if somebody doesn't mind sending me whatever it is that's on Bupak's Facebook, if somebody can screenshot that for me, I'll make a community post or something.
Tech sent me a screenshot. It literally shows that the only people blocked are Kobe and Gray. So he's 100% telling the truth.
Right on. So. I didn't think that he wasn't telling the truth. It's just weird shit happens with YouTube and nobody can explain it.
Right. That is true. Yeah.
I mean, there are people that have hit me up and they're like, "Hey man, why am I blocked?" I'm like, you shouldn't be. And I'll go look and they aren't.
Well, I'm blocked on, I think I'm blocked on Ed still. And I don't know if that was intentional or not. I don't know. I don't really talk in chat much anyways, so it doesn't bother me. If I want to talk, I just go.
Yeah. I gotta mute up. You guys don't want to hear.
What, are you taking a shit or something?
Nope, I wasn't. I wasn't shaking a tent or taking a shit. I didn't figure you guys would want to hear me. I mean, you guys have all heard me snort stuff up my nose a time or two here, but I don't think you want to hear me blowing my nose. Oh, yeah, I got that post Ambien drip. Yeah, I guess Vic was saying he's snorting Ambien. It's like, dude, they don't even fit up a straw. Actually, they probably would, but yeah, I don't think that would work. And I do just fine swallowing them in mass quantities. If he really did have the wrong fucking Powell family. And if he really did, I guess he said that he was like calling their neighbors and stuff to warn them about me because I'm all fucked up on Ambien, walking through their fields, and I'm gonna get shot. So I don't know what, I don't remember what all they said. He said. So if he really did that, see, I know those people, the other Bill Powells, and I've talked to them, and it is pretty freaking funny. But if it causes them problems, then it won't be. So he's calling these people's neighbors that have nothing to do with any of this and telling them that a different Bill Powell, one of them is in a wheelchair, by the way, is going through the fields late at night, tanked up on Ambien.
You don't got a wheelchair, bro?
No, not yet.
We can get like a GoFundMe going. Maybe we can get you like a motorized one. We can go all out here. Welcome to.
I mean, they told me
it's a dry bagging community. We can get you anything you need.
Hey, I am not above it, but I don't want to misrepresent it.
So okay, we can just dry bag for some drug money.
Okay, I'll go for that.
Some coke money or something. I don't. Fuck it. How you made a good sum when on that last stream?
Oh yeah, every time I've asked for drug money, I've done good. I actually feel kind of bad. I feel kind of bad, to be honest with you.
Fuck it. People want honesty. If you're just gonna say you want to buy drugs, people are gonna fucking help you out and buy drugs. Fuck it. You're an adult. Yeah. I would hope we're all adults here, but you know, if you need money for something, just
we better be.
It was just like the time.
If you're not an adult and you can hear this, you need to get the hell out of here.
Right? It's like the time I had a stream and I told people I was gonna fucking buy Fireball and I'm gonna buy alcohol with it, and people were giving me money, and like, all right, cool.
Yeah.
Okay. People want honesty.
There's my Cash App. It might go for drugs. It might go for fireworks. It might go for bail.
So mostly like
it probably won't go to the.
It's gonna be drugs. We're just gonna say drugs.
Drugs. It'll be drugs. Yeah.
Donate to the drug fund. Okay.
Actually, Bill Evans already got a head start on the rest of you. Actually, I'll probably get. There's a new knife that not that I need another fucking knife because I've got probably hundreds of them. But there's a new knife that I want. It's about $150. So if I get that much, I'll be getting that knife.
There used to be a guy that stood down the street. I haven't seen him lately, but there used to be a guy down the street in front of 7-Eleven for. I seen him for years. He was always there with a sign that was just like basically the sign was saying like I need money for alcohol kind of thing, or for beer, whatever the sign said. I don't remember. And I would always give him $20 whenever I saw him. And it's like fuck whatever. Do what you want. So.
Oh man.
I rather
All right, I'll show you.
Oh, what were you saying?
Dang it, I can't. Like my body's asleep, but my mind's not yet.
Dude, I'm the same way right now. I'd rather someone be fucking honest about what they're going to spend the money for. You know what I mean?
But here, I'll show you guys some. Uh-oh, my flashlight. Shit, I might have to buy a new flashlight. There we go. Now I'll show you guys fucking kitties one more time.
Is that a...
That's the litter that that litter right there. They usually don't come up here on the deck. They're not used to people.
I thought you were gonna shine the flashlight on Mandango in his hot tub. Isn't he in your backyard?
I would if he was here.
That's
one of the stunt kitties.
The whiter one almost reminds me of one of my old kitties.
Yeah. Yeah, if I can ever catch that. Oh, there's little shit. Hey, little shit. If I can ever catch that white one, she's going in a shake and bake bag.
They ran away when you try to grab them.
They usually don't let me get this close. I'm real surprised because usually I get within 5 feet and they're all gone. Yeah, I don't want to ground because then they're nice and warm right now, holding up together. So I don't want to mess that up for them. But yeah, they never let me get this close.
They're doing good. They look good. They look happy. They're probably tired though. They're probably like
that motherfucker.
Why are you shining the light in my face? I'm trying to sleep over here.
Yeah. They're probably that motherfucker. He's too fucked up to catch us. We got nothing to worry about. If he leans over that far, he'll fall over, which is true.
This guy's too fucked up on his gag walls to get us.
Get a PayPal so you can set that grenade off. Oh yeah. Oh, I don't have PayPal. I did it one time, but like in 2012, I dropped completely off the grid. Like I cleaned out all of my bank accounts, like everything but my retirement shit. That's still there, but so I lost access to my PayPal account, and that was back in 2012. So it's probably shut by now.
Yeah, you gotta make sure if you get a PayPal that you don't expose your real name.
Yeah, same thing with Cash App. That's
Cash App.
I've been telling people that because Cash App, if you don't change it, it'll show your real name too.
Yeah. Well, my Cash App's in the name Marky Mark, so my Cash App's not my real name. So that ain't a problem. Yeah, it's the same thing.
Well, yeah, but people don't know that. Like you can tell it to show. Like mine's BFKNP, but it like when I give money to people, they can still see my real name because I never changed that. So yeah, you got to change them both.
Yeah,
that's how.
Mine just says Marky Mark. What? Oh, no. If I type in BFKNP, it shows your name, full name. Mine doesn't, but yours does.
Yeah. Yeah, that's why I was saying you got to change that because people can see your real name. That was how fucking Savvy was finding out people's names with that whole fucking thing with the airline tickets for the dog. Yeah.
Sabrina. Yeah.
Yeah.
Slimy. Yeah. Well, she was trying to find my shit, and my house is literally blurred on Google Maps. So she sent Starbucks. She sent DoorDash to deliver me Starbucks just so they could get a picture of my front door, and she sent me that. I'm like, that's fucking weird. It's fucking weird.
It is weird.
Like I have my address blurred on Google Maps for privacy, right? It's a privacy thing. And the fact that she sends me coffee just to get a picture of my front door, that's fucking weird. I don't care what you think. It's fucking weird.
It is weird. Somebody, I still didn't spend any of it because I still think it might have been a mistake, but somebody sent me, well, it's been a couple of months. Somebody sent me a very sizable, like the biggest donation I've ever had. And I think they might have hit an extra zero, but I don't know who it is. I have what I assume is their real name, but like it doesn't say their YouTube name, so I don't know who the fuck they are.
Sure.
And I've said on here a few times, hey, if that was a mistake, I'll give it back to you. But, or I at least try to thank people,
right.
and, personally when they send me stuff. I would at least like to be able to do that, but nobody's claimed it. But
I mean,
I still have it in case they, because I really do think that somebody hit an extra zero. When I saw it, I was like, holy shit.
I mean, it's been, I guess, long enough where, I mean, the normal like chargeback window is like 3 months or so. So if you want to wait a bit, and I think that sounds like it's fair game, or at least if someone comes up to you, they might ask you personally for a refund. But I don't know what they could do, legally at this point.
Well, yeah, but I mean, legal or not, if somebody accidentally gave me way too much, and you know what I mean, I got no problem giving it back.
Sure. Yeah, I get that. But still, if you if you fucked up and sent the wrong amount, though, I would assume that they would at least say something by now at this point.
Yeah, I would think so too. I just kind of forgot about it.
Hey, that's free money. That's your drug money for the night right there, man.
Yeah. I won't be getting any drugs tonight because I'm not driving right now. But...
Oh, you only do drugs before you drive? It increases your perception on the road, right?
Oh, you drive way better on coke. I don't care what anybody says.
Right?
But I've already got Ambien and a couple other things in my system, so.
Oh, I gotcha.
We already knew that your name was Anal Wart. You just have you just seem like an anal wart.
It was 1,000. Oh, it's just that's fake Kurt fucking around.
It was 1,000. I'm not gonna say how much it was, but
It fucking matter.
It's actually, dude. In all honesty, like people have treated me very well. And sometimes people will just like out of the blue for no apparent reason. There's a few people that will just boom, all of a sudden there's a 50 or 100 or whatever. And like sometimes it's actually kind of embarrassing because I didn't earn it,
Well, did you see Colfax's his 60th birthday donut stream?
No, I didn't see it, but I heard about it. He got like 700 or something like that.
Yeah, I think it was like 600, 700, something like that. But yeah, he got up to like, I think like 300 or something, and then Warbot price matched and doubled it. It went from like 3 to 600.
Nice.
It was impressive. It was, and it was just he just dude's turning 60. Give him a good birthday. You know what I mean?
Yeah, he's cool. I'm planning on having a birthday stream. Oh, dang it, little shit! That's the thing about these freaking cats that follow me around all the time. Oh, here's the sick one, or the hurt one, whatever it is. Like they get right under my feet. What's the matter? I know. I'm either gonna have to put you down or. Yeah, I know.
I can't really tell what's wrong. What's wrong with that one?
I think it has the same disease that little fucker has, where their back's messed up. But there's not a whole lot they can do about it. I still have some of little fucker's pain pills left. I think I'm gonna I'll probably actually take it myself, but I'll give the cat one of them.
You're gonna share your drugs?
Oh, well, they're actually little fuckers. But anyway, I was planning on having a birthday stream. I can't believe he's a year old this month. Yeah, see, I don't know why these freaking things like to follow me around. I don't. The only time I feed them is like if like mom and dad are not here, and like I really don't play with them all that much either. But they still
Nice. One of my good lady friends sent me a picture. She's at one of my bars right now and sent me a picture of this side chick's ass. I'm like, yep, I know that ass from anywhere. That'd be looking good.
nice. Hey, stunt kitty. What? I got nothing for you. I don't really even like you. All right, stunt kitty, jump. Jump. Oh, watch this, man. This one kitten does this impression of a cat. It's hilarious. Watch this. All right, dude, act like a cat. Isn't that awesome?
Meow.
Yeah. Yeah, I know. You're saying put me out of my misery. Is little fucker a dad yet? I don't think so. I think these have a different daddy. I tried, man. I offered to. These aren't my cats, so it's not really up to me. But I offered to, because I found a place where you can get the males fixed for $50. But see, even if we do that, there's all them freaking wild ones out there that we can't catch. Every time I try to trap them, I catch everything but I catch raccoons and possums. I caught little fucker one time.
God damn it.
We back. Catnip socks. Yeah, yeah, that could be.
Is little
Fart, if you send me extra zeros, I'll make it worth your while with some kind of pick.
with feed pics, or are we talking about something else?
Well, they're asking for lingerie picks specifically. You know, I do have that leather miniskirt.
I thought you were
I
gonna
tried.
say I thought you were mailing that to me. I was waiting for it.
Well, yeah, I can.
I don't know if it's my size, but I'll make it work. I'll just squeeze into it.
It doesn't fit me, so I doubt it'll fit you. And I'm not a big guy at all.
I'm not either. I'm probably a tinier dude than you are. I'm only about.
I got like a 31-inch waist.
Oh shit! I got a 32 waist, but I'm only like 125ish, 130, something like that.
I know I used to stay around 170, but like that was back when I was lifting weights and shit. And I know that I'm not that heavy now because I quit eating like 5 years ago.
Yeah, I never fucking eat. I'll drink a lot though, that's for sure. Most of my my energy comes from drinking.
Well, that works until it doesn't.
It works till you die, right?
Yeah. What? What do you want? What? I don't like you. Yeah, I know.
Who wants attention? Get him.
What's put out of its misery is what it wants.
Oh no. You trying to get canceled from YouTube being mean to them?
Oh man, people like when I do, when Stunt Kitty, like I don't really, other than I did make Stunt Kitty a parachute. I did set up, but like some of the stuff that they just do, huh?
I saw that video. Yeah, I know what you're talking about.
Yeah, I mean, most of the stuff that they do, they just do it. I just happen to be there to film it.
Is that
but
the
I get
mama
people that just don't, huh?
Is that big one the mama or
Yeah,
different batch?
yeah.
The mama.
That's that's their mama. I have a hard time keeping them straight because there's 3 fucking mothers out here.
Oh no shit.
Yeah. There's the real Stunt Kitty. Hey, Stunt Kitty. Oh no, that's Hollywood Kitty. Never mind. Yeah, you're mad at me too. I don't really like you that much either, but chicks like you on YouTube, so that's why I'm nice to you. Whoa, God, see what I'm talking about? They freaking get right underfoot, and I'm always scared I'm going to step on them. I have stepped on them.
They're like slinkies. They bounce back.
Yeah, they're pretty pliable.
They can fucking jump off the fucking, your stairs, or you fucking jump off a bridge. You just land on your feet and they're good to go.
Yeah. Oh, dude, you can, as long as you don't use like an aluminum bat, you can hit them with a baseball bat and they're fine.
Oh God.
I'm joking, people.
Oh, look at them learning. They're learning to use the stairs now after taking the long jump and learning their lesson. Like how the stairs are easier to go on.
Yeah. What do you want?
I sent Bill catnip socks, waist same dicks, plus size. There isn't a mouse for 50. What is Dead Twist talking about?
Huh? Oh, I don't know. He sent me cat. That's why the cat's following me around, because he probably did. Catnip lace socks. That's probably why the cats are following me around.
What's my cigarettes? Goddamn, no one else is live on YouTube at this hour, Bill. You're the last one up tonight.
Oh, yeah, it's 4:18 a.m. here. I need to. Mom said cut it off.
I mean, it's only 1:18 over here, but I'm probably gonna go live myself. Not on YouTube. I don't do YouTube anymore. I have a Twitch channel, and I don't have anyone in the community over there. It's a completely separate thing, and that's
I don't blame you, man.
That's how I keep it, and it's a nice vibe. It's a different topic. I'm not going to talk about it because I don't want to be found. And I do my own thing, and I have a good crew. I have
I don't blame you.
I have like 260, 270, almost 300 people right now, and it's a good laid back vibe without the community drama. As we talk about something
nice.
It's nice.
Well, you know what? Didn't Jeff say he had a whole other channel with something? What'd they say? He said 37,000 followers on his other channel or some
I
shit.
doubt it. Oh, Jeff and us. Jeff is Jeffin. Yeah, that's hard to believe.
Hmm. I don't know if he actually said that, but that's just what I was told he said.
No, mine.
It wouldn't surprise me though.
Mine was basically what I was trying to do with my original channel here on YouTube. It's just a talk show where people can. It's a StreamYard. People can pull up. They can talk whatever they fucking want to say. Whatever subject. It's just a straight bullshit talking, no topic channel. You know what I mean? It's chill.
Yeah.
Without the drama. So far, it's only a matter of time till drama happens. But for now, it's fun.
Right.
And then I'll kill it. And
see, that's the thing, man. Is I broke my number one rule when I first started associating with people from YouTube. My number one rule is like, don't tell them anything about your personal life. Don't get close to anybody. Well, fast forward 2 years, and I got one of them moving in with me, so that kind of kept blowing out of the water.
They send you booby pictures, and then you just give up on your goals, and you just give in.
I'm weak. I admit it.
I mean, I'd be weak too if people send me boobies.
Okay, yeah. Fart Casper says that Jeff did say that. Wow.
Fart Casper, I'm not on Chatterbait really anymore. My account is still active, I think, but I haven't been on there in quite some time. It's been probably like 2 years since I've been on Chatterbait.
Yeah, I would like to do like more survival and knife kind of stuff with my channel because I do know people from that world, and like I really don't want to mix my two YouTube worlds. You know what I mean? So
yeah, well, that's why I switched. That's why I switched platforms personally.
Mm-hmm.
Keep it separate, different name.
I don't know.
Platform, different topic, just separate. Yeah.
Well, Gila, nah, it ain't. It's not. It's got nothing to do. I'm an ugly motherfucker too. It ain't about looks. It's about I don't know. Probably people feeling sorry for me.
What is that? Why they send you boobies? Because they feel sorry? Is that what it is?
Yeah, it's got to be it. I can't think of any other reason.
I mean, I wish more people would feel sorry for me and send me boobies. Not like I can't.
Well, it's got to be.
It's not like I can't.
It's got to be the right kind of. It's got to be the right kind of sympathy.
I don't need no sympathy. I can look up boobies on Pornhub or any of the other porn sites and no strings attached.
Oh, go ahead, Fart. Send me your foot. Just shave your toes first, okay?
Jeff likes boobies too. There we go. Booby gang.
Right on, Jeff.
The whole thing about
Jeff.
while we're talking about boobies. Oh, I'll let you go. Go ahead, Bill.
No, I'm just saying, Jeff Hayes. He likes boobies too. That's a real Renaissance man right there.
Right. No, my whole thing. So while we're talking about boobies, because I mean, who doesn't like boobies personally? But
Mm-hmm.
you know, during the pandemic, a lot of my friends, this might be a big surprise. I don't know if y'all know this, but I like to go out and drink fucking alcohol. I know a lot of bartenders, a lot of waitresses and stuff.
What?
And so right? I drink a lot. Did you know I was an alcoholic? Have we talked about that yet? But anyways, during the pandemic, a lot of my friends lost their job because the bars are closing down. You know, they couldn't work. So a lot of my friends that were in the industry went to OnlyFans. A lot of them started porn sites and shit. So, you know, I sub to my friend. You know, if you want to show your boobs online, I'll support you. I'll sub, and I'll take a look at your pictures. No problem. Yeah. You know, I had one friend I would actually FaceTime one of my bartender friends, we would FaceTime a couple times a week, and I would just be drinking at home and talking to her, and it'd be just like, just like the full bar experience, other than it's over FaceTime,
You're just doing it to help the ladies. I understand.
Yes. If you wanna
All right, y'all.
Oh, you trying to kick me off now? We're leaving?
Yeah, I'm done. It looks like there's a couple of Bupak Memorial streams starting. It looks like Ed is live, and so is Kat. So you guys will have a place to go. I don't feel bad about kicking y'all out in the cold now.
I'm gonna go live myself on Twitch.
But yeah, rest in peace, Bupak. I didn't know the guy at all, but man, that sucks.
I didn't either. Yeah, I don't know him either, but yeah, like I said, death is never a good thing, especially when it comes to someone trying to do good for the community. So
yeah, I mean, most of the time, death is fatal. So
most of the time, you mean not 100% of the time, death is fatal?
Well, I mean, you always have to put that margin of error in there for Ryan, just in case, because nothing is 100%. Remember, nothing can be 100%.
Oh God, Lion Ryan. Oh, Jesus Christ.
Yeah.
All right, Bill.
y'all. I appreciate you hanging out.
Have a good night, man. Thanks for having me up. I'll see you another night.
Yep. All right, man. Take it easy. All right, y'all. You know what to do. Stay naked.